This is a 4-hour Christmas marathon video that I've compiled for you featuring all my Christmas sewing projects. Now, if you like watching really long videos, perhaps you like having them on in the background when you're sewing or tidying your room, or you just want to put your feet up and have a cup of tea and just watch something and just veg out for a while, well then this video is for you. We're going to start off with my really cute Christmas ornament stocking. Let's go. Bust out your fabric scraps. We're about to make the most adorable Christmas ornament ever. It's a little Christmas stocking that fits a gift card inside it absolutely perfectly to hang on the Christmas tree. If you're new here, thanks so much for joining me. Well, let's get on and make this adorable little Christmas ornament. So you're going to need 4 pieces of fabric that measure approximately 6.5 inches by 6.5 inches. Your scrap fabric is absolutely perfect for this project, plus a piece of ribbon that measures around 5.5 inches. So I'll just set that aside. Here I've got the front of my stocking, the back of my stocking, and the lining of my stocking. So I'm just going to place them on top of each other and then cut out my template in one go. So for my lining, I don't have a right or a wrong side, but for my backing, that's my backing. So I'm going to face that down in basically the way it needs to be, if that makes sense. And this is the top of my stocking. So if you can imagine, that's the top of my stocking and that's the back of my stocking. They're going to be cut in the correct order. For example, if I didn't flip that one around, well then when I cut out my stocking, it would be facing the wrong way. So now I'm just going to get my template. Now you could just draw your own stocking template. I've made this one quite wide so that we can actually fit a gift card inside. I thought that was a really cute idea. Or you can get a copy of this with my PDF pattern, and I'll put a link down in the description below. All I'm going to do now is make sure I'm placing it on top of that top fabric how I would like it to be, because remember that's going to be the top of my stocking. If you can see, there's a design there. I want the space at the top and the bottom around the same. And then when I'm happy, I'm just going to pop some pins in through all 4 layers. And just make sure it's as flat as possible. And now I'm just going to take a pair of scissors and carefully cut around my template. Okay, so now I'll just remove those pins, pop them back on my pin caddy, set the template aside, and now we've got our 4 little stocking shapes. So now we need to sew our pieces together. So we've got the front of our stocking and the lining of our stocking, and I'm going to place them like that. And then we've got the back of our stocking and the lining of it like that. And that's how we want to sew them together. We're going to sew them along these 2 edges. But for this one, we just want to sew our loop onto it. So I'm just going to take my ribbon, fold that in half, line up those edges, and I'm just going to place it right here, right on the top edge of my stocking, about 1/2 inch in from the edge, because I don't want to sew it into the stocking when I'm sewing it together. And I will just pop a pin in there to keep it in place, just like that. Then I'm going to take this lining, pop it down so we've got it right sides together, and then I will pop in a pin again right on top of that ribbon so I know it's in place. Then I can pull the one out from inside it. And then I'll pop a pin on this side. Then I'm going to place these 2 pieces right sides together and just pin them again. Then we're going to just sew along both these edges. So I've got my 1/4 inch foot on to sew with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. To be honest, it doesn't really matter with this project because it's more of a crafting project. I'm stitching at stitch length 2 and I'm using wonderful confetti thread. So I'm just going to start on the very edge, remove my pins as I need to. Come off the other side, cut my thread, and do exactly the same for the second set. So now we've got our two pieces, let's press. So for one set, I'm going to press the seams towards the backing or away from the lining. And for the other set, I'm going to press the seams towards the lining. It doesn't matter which way we've done it, as long as we've done it so they're alternating. Now we're going to take our two pieces and place them right sides together, making sure all those edges are lined up nicely. And then we're going to find where we've got our two seams in the center here, and we've got one seam folded and going this way, one seam folded and going that way, and we're going to nest those seams. So we're going to butt up those folds next to each other, pop a pin in, and we're going to do exactly the same on this side. We can also open it up to check it's making a nice straight line. Okay, and then we can pop pins in, just making sure all those edges are lined up nicely. Now for our little loop, it is very easy to accidentally sew it into your stocking. Don't ask me how I know. So if you wanted to really make sure you're going to avoid that, you could grab that loop, push it right into the center there, and just put a pin to hold it in place so you know that it's not going to accidentally end up in your seam here. And what we're also going to do is on the lining side, on the straight, we're just going to leave a marking of about 2 or 3 inches, just so that we can turn it right sides out, and we do the marking so we know where we're going to start and stop. So starting on that first mark, I always like to do a back stitch, because when we turn it right sides out, it really does tend to pull at those stitches. So going forward a couple of stitches and then back a couple. Now I'll just carry on removing the pins as I need to all the way around until I get to that second mark. Now the best thing to do on these curves is just to go nice and slow and take your time. Now for the lining, I know some people are going to say they don't want so much fabric so it sits a little bit nicer. The best thing to do there is to make your 1/4 inch seam allowance more generous, so it's going to fit a little bit smaller than the outside of our stocking. See, now I'm actually doing that quite roughly, but it doesn't matter so much because it is the lining, and like I say, it will just sit a little bit nicer inside. Coming back up to that second mark, doing a back stitch, cutting my thread, removing that last pin. Let's turn it right sides out and give it a quick press. Before we turn it right sides out, we are just going to quickly trim this excess around all the curves just so it sits a little bit nicer. Now there's 2 ways of doing this. We can take little notches out, which is probably the correct way of doing it. It just takes a minute, and just coming up quite close to those stitches, but being extra careful not to cut them. And I did cut mine when I was making my sample, and I ended up in a right royal pickle and ended up throwing it out. So just be careful that you don't cut those stitches. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter so much if it's the lining, but I cut mine on the main fabric there. So we can do it like this, just on all the curves. And to do this, you need really sharp scissors. I'm using my really nice LDH scissors. They're really cute. And then I'm just going to do one here too. Or what we could do, which I kind of feel like is cheating, but you can just trim the excess off like this. Now, I don't think it matters too much which way you want to do it, since it's more of a craft project. Whatever is your preference, that's what I think you should do. But like I said, be careful of cutting those stitches, because it was when I was doing my good side that I did cut into my fabric, and I was really sad because I ended up just throwing it away. Okay, now let's turn that right sides out. So I'm going to find the opening and put my fingers in and grab the very toe, grab onto it and pull it through, and then again find that opening, find the other toe, grab it and pull it through. And then what we can do is grab a point turner and we can just use that to make sure it's sitting really nicely. Doesn't matter so much for the lining because it's still got to go inside the main stocking, but definitely on that lining we want it to sit really nicely. And I'm going to run my point turner along all the seams to make sure they're rolled out and we've got a really nice shape. And then when I'm happy, I'm going to give that a quick press. So the first thing I'm going to do is just find that opening and press it so that it's sitting nicely. And those edges are folded in about 1/4 inch because that was our seam allowance. And then I'll give that a press. And then I'll just give the whole stocking a press, making sure I'm really happy with how this main fabric is sitting. And I can see we've got a really nice shape there. That's looking really awesome. Now what I'm going to do is just quickly sew this opening closed with a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and I will do a back stitch at the beginning and the end, and then I'll show you how we're going to finish it off. So it's just a craft project. I'm not going to be too precious about it, just starting before the opening and finishing up towards the end. Right on that edge there. Coming right past it, doing a back stitch. And then I'll just trim any loose thread. So now we're just going to take our lining and push that inside our main stocking. And you might find a point turner is helpful for this, just to get it sitting really nicely. It can take a minute. And then where we've got this seam here, I'm just going to roll it out so it's sitting correctly. So we want to be seeing that seam right on top there. It's looking pretty good. And then what I will do is just give that one last press, particularly on this top seam, so it's sitting really nicely. And I'll flip it over to the back. So there's my little stocking. Isn't that absolutely adorable to hang on your Christmas tree? And I've designed it so it fits a gift card in there absolutely perfectly. I think that would be so lovely hanging on the Christmas tree. Now you can have fun playing with how you make the fronts of your Christmas stocking. For example, here I sewed a whole lot of 1-inch squares together, and I think that turned out really fun too. So you could go wild with your Christmas fabric scraps and just have a bit of fun. Thank you so much for watching until the very end, and if you enjoyed this video, would you please do me a favor and hit that like button, and even better the subscribe button and the bell so you never miss out on a tutorial again. In this video I'm going to show you how to make the cutest ever Ruffle Christmas stocking with a bow. Now I don't know if you've noticed, but bows and ruffles are trending, so what better than a Christmas stocking that has both those things. If you're new here, my name's Stacey. Thanks so much for joining us. Let's make our Christmas stocking. You can find a copy of these cutting instructions over on my website. I'll put a link down below. I also have a PDF pattern that you might like to purchase, and I'll put a link for that down below too. The first thing we're going to do is make the front of our Christmas stocking, which is quilted. So we need to baste our 3 layers. So this is the backing for the front of the Christmas stocking, and I've got it with the wrong side facing me. Then I'm just going to baste it with this quilt basting spray by June Taylor. I really like it. I've been trying it recently and it's really nice. I like it that I can actually see the glue, because other ones I've used, I couldn't see it, and I just tended to use way too much. So I do like that one. Then I'm just going to take my batting and place that on top. And I started off with a piece that measured about 17 inches by 24 inches. I'm just going to smooth that out. Then I'm going to baste again. Now, if you don't want to use basting spray, you can just use basting pins if you'd like. And now this is the fabric I want for the top of my stocking, so I'm placing it wrong sides down, or the right side facing me. Just going to pop that on top and smooth that out. Now, if you'd like to, you could just quilt this. What I'm going to do is actually take my stocking now and pop that on top and trace around it. Now, you can get a free copy of this over on my website, and I'll put a link below. You just print it out, tape it together, and then you've got your Christmas stocking template. Or if you've got a favorite Christmas stocking, you could just trace around the shape of it, adding about 1/4 inch to all the sides to get a perfect Christmas stocking shape. But what I'm going to do now is just quickly draw around my stocking, and then I know where to quilt, so I don't waste my time quilting all the way out to the edges when I don't need to. So I'm just using a washable marker here. It doesn't really matter because we won't see it, it's just what I had on hand. And in other videos I've done it differently. I guess it just depends on the mood you're in and how you feel like constructing your stocking. There's no right or wrong way of doing it. It's just how you feel like doing it at the time. If you wanted to, you could have just quilted this, or if you're doing multiples, you could have made your fabric much bigger, quilted it all, and then popped this on top and traced out several different stockings with your one quilted piece, if that makes sense. Now all I'm going to do is quilt my piece here, and I'm just going to do a crosshatch. You can do whatever you like, but once you've done that, I'll meet you back here and we'll carry on. Now I've finished the quilting, I'm just going to carefully cut along the drawn line of my Christmas stocking shape. Now for the backing, I'm just going to use a single layer of fabric, but if you'd like to, you could also make your backing quilted as well. Just make sure you make it so that the stocking's facing the right way so that you can sew the two pieces together. So now I'll just cut that out carefully. Okay, so now I need to cut out a piece for my backing. So with my wrong side facing me, I'm going to take my Christmas stocking and place it on top and just trace around that outline again and cut my backing piece. So now I've got my quilted piece facing right sides up. I'm going to take my backing piece and place that right sides down. So we've got right sides together. Then I'm going to line up all the edges and pin it in place. Now what we're going to do is sew all the way around our Christmas stocking, leaving our opening open, and what we will do a back stitch at the beginning and end. I've got my 1/4 inch foot on to get a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm stitching at stitch length 2.5. I'm using Wonderful Confetti thread and I'm starting on that very edge. Going forward a couple of stitches, then I will do a back stitch, and then I'm going to carry on all the way around, removing my pins as I need to. Okay, let's move on to the next step. So now we're going to make our cuff. I've got two pieces that measure 4 inches by 17.5 inches, and I have ironed on a bit of interfacing on the back. I just used a really light interfacing so the fabric has a bit of structure when we sew our ruffle to it. Any interfacing will be perfectly fine. Then what we're going to do is place the pieces right sides together, lengthways, line up these edges and pop some pins in. And we'll do this on both pieces. So all the settings are the same, just starting on that very edge. I'm going to go forward a few stitches and do a back stitch. Then I'll do the same at this end. Cutting my thread, and then I'll do exactly the same for the second piece. So now I'm going to take each of the pieces and fold it in half so I've got that seam in the center, and then I'm just going to finger press it open and then press it open. And I'll do the same for this piece. Now we're going to make our ruffle, and our piece measures 6 inches by 32 inches. Basically, all I did was cut a 6-inch strip, which was my width of fabric, and then I cut it down to 32 inches. Then I placed it wrong sides together and gave it a press, just like that. But now what we're going to do is just open it up and place the right sides together. And we're just going to sew along this edge. So I'm going to line up those edges and pop some pins in. And we want to line up all the edges on the sides and along the top there. Just like that. Now let's sew. So sewing like we did the last 2 pieces, doing a back stitch at the beginning and end. Okay, now we're going to give that a quick press. So just finding that seam again, finger pressing it, and then giving it a press open. And then what I'm going to do is just turn it so it's wrong sides together, lining up that press seam that we did, and then I will just give it a press like this, just so that it's nicely pressed before we sew. So for this next step, we need to turn our stitch length right up to the longest stitch it will do, and mine is stitch length 6. So now what we need to do is make sure we've got both of our threads up. So I need my bobbin thread to come up. I'm just going to turn my hand wheel towards me and give it a pull, and then find that bobbin thread and pull on it so it's nice and long, and then put them to the back. And then what we're going to do is find our seam, and that's where we're going to start sewing. And we want to sew about 1/8 or 2/8 of an inch in from that raw edge, and we're going to sew the 2 pieces closed. But once we've gone all the way around with one lot of stitches, we're then going to do a second lot right next to it. And we want to be careful that we don't accidentally stitch over our first lot of stitches, because if we do that, we can't pull on our threads to get our ruffle. Now it's tempting to only do one row of stitches, but trust me, it creates too much tension on the thread and it does break. We do need the 2 lots of stitches to just give it strength for when we're pulling on those threads. Now I often think, oh, I'll just cheat, but trust me, it never works out for me. It always takes me much longer than just doing the 2 rows in the first place. So I'm just going to take my time and get a nice straight stitch really close to that edge. Coming right up to where I started and being careful not to sew over those end threads. Coming right up next to where we started, and then we want our needle up, and then I'm just going to pull on that thread so it's nice and long, and I can cut it here. So it's long here on my piece, but it's also long here to do our next row of stitches. So now I'm just going to come along and sew right next to the stitches I just sewed, being careful not to sew over the top of them. Alright, I'm just going to come right up to next to where we started, put my needle up. I thought I'd reset that feature, but obviously I haven't. Just pull on that thread again. We want nice long tails, and we're done. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the top threads. Sometimes it can be a bit tricky to work out which ones they are. It looks like I've got one going one way and one the other. So those 2 threads are for this top one. So if you know that you've got the right threads when it starts ruffling when you pull on them. So I've got the right threads there. What we do is we gently pull on the thread, but we also ease the fabric along to create our ruffle. And then also what we can do is find them on the other side and do the same. So we're easing the fabric along both sides. Just like that. And you can be firm, but not too firm, because we don't want to break our threads. If we break our threads, we can run into some trouble and it is much harder for us. Okay. So I'm just going to do that a little bit more, and then I'm going to get my stocking and we're going to measure it against our stocking and see how much more we need to ruffle it. Let's do that. So now what we're going to do is take one of our cuff pieces and turn it right sides out. And then what we're going to do is take the ruffle and place that around or over the top of that cuff. Then what we want to do is line up all the edges. Now this is where it gets a little bit fiddly. We want to pull the ruffle so that it measures the same circumference as the cuff. So it can take a little minute to get that perfect. Now, one thing we want to be mindful of is that back seam for our cuff. We also want it to line up with the back seam of our ruffle. So I've actually got this around the wrong way, so I'll just fix that up now. And then I'm just going to play around with the ruffle and pull at the threads or loosen them up so that they're about the same size. That's looking pretty good. If anything, maybe a little bit loose. So it's a little bit fiddly. Just take your time with it to get that ruffle right. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start pinning it. Going to line up the edges of the ruffle with the edge of my cuff and pin, and we are just going to stitch that down before we sew the top layer on. I just find that we get a much tidier finish. And I'm just going to pop the pins in this way so they're easier to get out. We can also check that we're happy with the ruffle and have a good play with it. You want it to be pretty evenly spaced. So you can see I've come all the way around to the back and I've got a big gaping bit there. So all I'll do is just pull on those threads to tighten that up. It is definitely fiddly, but I think the end result is really cute. So it's definitely worth the time, just taking your time and making sure you're happy with how that ruffle is sitting. Okay, now as you can see, the more pins the merrier. Now what we're going to do is just sew around that edge there just to hold it in place. So I've lowered my stitch length back down to 2.5 and I'm sewing shy of a 1/4 inch seam allowance because this is just to hold it in place. We do have to add our other layer of cuff on, and I'm sewing it like this, being careful not to sew the underneath piece on while I'm doing this, or you'll end up in a right royal pickle. It's at this point, if you have a free arm, that's when you'd use it. That's when part of your sewing machine can come off, so you can sew things like cylinders easily. Cylinder, is that the right word? I'm not sure, but you know what I mean. I'm going to remove those pins as I need to. And as I'm sewing down the ruffles, I am trying my best to make sure they look like they're sitting nicely. So coming up to where I started, I'm not even going to worry about doing the back stitch. Then we're going to attach our second piece of cuff. So now what we're going to do is take our second piece of our cuff, find that seam, and then find the seam on the cuff we've already sewn, and we're going to line them up. So we're going to take the second cuff and place it over the top. So we've got right sides together again. Finding that seam. Now I've accidentally sewn mine to the side. It should have been sewn open. It's not a big deal, but do keep an eye on that if you can. I'm going to line up all these edges, and then when I'm happy, I'm going to pop a pin in. And then what I'm going to do is just try and get it sitting all nicely, the best I can. And then I'm going to come over to this side and pop a pin in with those edges lined up. And then I'll just carry on popping pins in until it's all lined up nicely. Now, some people sew the two cuffs and the ruffle all in one go, but I think it's way easier to do it in 2 steps. But if you think that's easier, or you'd prefer to do it that way, by all means do that. Sewing is just about working out what works best for you and going for it. Okay, now all we're going to do is sew around that edge with our 1/4 inch seam allowance. So starting near that back seam and just sewing all the layers together. Now I'm kind of easing it around. I always want it nice and flat where I'm about to sew, and I'd rather have it all bunched up at the back here and on the side. But where I'm about to work, we always want it laying nice and flat. Coming up to where we started and doing the back stitch and cutting our thread. And now it's ruffle reveal time. Oh, isn't that just so cute? Now what we need to do is pull out all the loose threads, and where we can see them popping through, we need to just pull at them and pull them out too. And now we're going to make our loop, and our loop piece measures 7 inches by 2 inches. So I'm just going to fold that in half and line up those edges and press. Then I'm going to open it up. Then I'm just going to take the edge and fold it in towards our press line and give that a press. And I'll do that on both sides. Then I'm going to fold them back over and then fold it back in half and give that a press. And now what we're going to do is sew along this edge, holding our loop closed. So I'm just sewing along that edge now with a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and I'm using my left compensating foot, which is what I like to use when I'm doing things like this. Use whatever foot you've got that makes the most sense. I'm still stitching at stitch length 2.5. Just going to come right off the edge and cut my thread. Now we're going to move on and add our cuff to our Christmas stocking with our loop. So now what we're going to do is take our stocking with our lining side facing us, and we're going to take our cuff with our ruffle with that back seam facing us, and we're going to pop the cuff over the top of the stocking, and then we want to line up all the edges at the top here. So just making sure that back seam is on the lining side, and then this can be a little bit fiddly, but we want all those edges lined up nicely. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then we can pop some pins in once we're happy. Actually, I'm going to use clips. Okay, and now just on the back side where we've got the lining, we're just going to pop our loop. So now we just need to take our loop, fold it in half, and then on the back side where we've got the lining, we just want to pop it in between the lining and our cuff. So we're sewing it into the seam. So I'm just going to find that back seam there, pop it in, and then line it up with the edge of the lining. I'm going to have it popping out a little bit so I know it's going to be sewn in nice and secure. We want to make sure it's nice and straight. So that feels good. We can just open this up a bit and just check we're happy with how it's going to sit. And that looks good. And then I will just pop a clip in. Oh, it's sunken in a bit. I just want it to come out a bit. So we just want it right on that side seam. And we just want to make sure all the edges are still lined up nicely. It's sitting right next to our side seam, just popping out a bit. And then let's pop a clip in. Okay, now we're going to sew around the whole edge, the whole top edge. So I'm going to start at that back seam again, and I'm sewing it this way rather than sewing the top and making sure the bottom isn't getting in the way. This is actually a better way of sewing it so we don't accidentally sew part of it into itself. Does that make any sense? Anyway, I should have been doing it like this the whole time. So I'm just going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam allowance right around the whole top of our Christmas stocking now, sewing all those layers together. Oh, I can see that my loop has just moved a little bit. It's looking a little bit crooked, so I'm just going to fix that up before I sew it. Okay. If things don't look lined up or they look like they've moved, just pause and just fix them. Don't panic. Coming right back to where we started, and I will do a back stitch and then cut my thread. Now if you'd like to, you could just trim or take little nicks out of where we've got the curves here and here and here. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to grab the toe of the stocking and turn it right sides out, and then getting it to sit really nicely. And then we'll fold that cuff down. So here we go. Here is our finished Christmas stocking. So now what I'll do is I will give that a quick press. I'll roll out these seams and make sure it's all sitting really nicely. Give it a good press, including up at the top here with the cuff. We want that all sitting really nicely, but I'm really happy with that. What do you think? Now don't forget, if you'd like the back quilted as well, you'd just make it exactly the same as the front, but just make sure you're cutting the stocking with the toe pointing in the right direction to be on the back. So I would also trim any loose threads. So there's our Christmas stocking finished. Now if you'd like to, you can carry on watching and we'll make a really cute bow that we can attach to the side here. You're going to need 2 pieces that measure 5.5 inches by 10 inches, and we're going to place them right sides together, line up all the edges and then pin. And if you'd like your bow to be more structured, you could use interfacing. Depending on how structured you'd want it to be, you could iron it onto one piece, both pieces, or use thicker interfacing. It's entirely up to you. Now we need to leave an opening and we need to make it in the center. So I'm just going to do a little marking so I know where to stop and start. We just want it to be a few inches, just like that's fine. Now we're going to sew around the edges, leaving our opening open. So I've got my 1/4 inch foot on to get my 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm stitching at stitch length 2.5 and I'm using wonderful confetti thread. I'm going to start where that first mark was, go forward a few stitches, and then I will do a back stitch because when we're turning it right sides out, it does tend to pull up those stitches. And I'm going to sew down to the corner. I'm going to do my best guess at stopping before a 1/4 inch, lifting my foot up and turning, and then carrying on. That was perfect. Coming up to that second mark and just doing a back stitch again. Cutting my thread, removing those pins. So now I'm just going to trim all the corners to remove the excess, and just be careful not to cut those stitches. Then we're going to find our opening, grab a corner, and pull it through. Then I'm going to get my point turner or something blunt like a chopstick and just push those corners so they're sitting nicely. And then I do like to run it along that seam, getting it all sitting nicely. Okay, and then we'll give this a quick press. So now I'm just going to press it, and where we left our opening, we just want to make sure that's all folded in nicely, about 1/4 of an inch, because that was our seam allowance, so that when it's pressed you can't even see that that's there. And I'll press it on this side too. Now at this point, if you wanted to, you could sew that opening closed, but once we bunch this up to make the bow, you're not actually going to see it, so I don't actually worry about that. But if you'd like to, you can close up that opening. Now we're just going to move on to our longer piece of our bow. So now we're going to need 2 pieces that measure 4 inches by 21.5 inches. So basically that was one width of fabric that I cut at 4 inches, and then I cut it down to my 2 21.5 inch pieces. It doesn't matter if yours is a little bit longer or shorter than that. Now on the wrong side of one of the pieces, I'm just going to take a ruler and just mark a diagonal line. So I'm going to take the diagonal line on the ruler, line it up with the edge of the fabric, and start at the very corner there and just draw a diagonal line. And then I'm going to do the same on this side. So again, lining up that diagonal line on the edge of my fabric, starting at that very end point there and drawing a line down. Now I'm going to place my 2 pieces right sides together, and I'm just going to do a marking again in the center. If you want, you could just fold that in half and do a little mark to find the actual center. Open it back up, and we want to leave an opening again of 2 or 3 inches to turn it right sides out. So just leaving a marking there. Now let's pin the 2 layers into place, making sure all the edges are lined up nicely. Now we are going to sew along those lines, so just make sure there's no pins in the way of doing that. I'll just pop a pin here to keep those layers together, and here. Okay, now we're going to start where we left our opening, sew around along our line, along the edge again, along our line, and back to where we did our second marking. So starting at that first mark I did, doing a back stitch, now when I've come up to my line, I'm just going to stop, make sure my needle's down and turn, and then I'm going to sew along that line. Now I do have my 1/4 inch foot on with that guide. It's not ideal, but it's doing just fine, so I'm not going to worry about it. Then I'm going to do my best guess at stopping at that 1/4 inch mark again, pivoting, so I'm back on the straight line, and then I'll carry on. Sewing right up to our next diagonal line, turning and carrying on. Sewing on that line. Coming back up to that second marking for my opening and back stitching. Removing our pins, and now we'll trim our corners again and press. So now I'm going to trim all this excess off, which created our diagonal line. So about 1/4 inch away from those stitches. It doesn't have to be perfect. Bigger scissors might have been easier. And then I'll just trim that corner off again. And then I'll do the same on this side. Okay, Then we're going to turn it right sides out again, finding our opening. I'm going to push all the way through till I get to that corner and pull it out. And then I'll do the same on this side. Okay, and then I'll get my point turner again. And I'll just make sure it's all sitting nicely. So I'll find the opening and just run it down all those seams. Make sure those points are sitting nicely. Just be gentle but firm. If we push too hard, we can end up going right through the fabric, which we do not want. Okay, and when it's looking pretty good, let's press. Okay, let's press. So now we want to just press down all the edges and roll them out so they're sitting really nicely, and find that opening. Remember, folding it in about 1/4 of an inch and pressing so we can't even tell it was even there. Now to get this really crisp, you might like to add a little bit of starch, just so we can get a really nice shaped bow. And I'll flip it over and press on this side too. If you wanted to, you could also have added interfacing to this piece, but I find if you want it quite constructed, it's more important on the main part of the bow rather than the little tie bits that hang down. Okay, that's looking really good. Let's move on to the next step. So the last step we need to do is the centerpiece for the bow, and I've got a piece here that measures 7 inches by 2 inches. I'm just going to fold it in half, right sides together, and then what we're going to do is sew down each of the longer sides there with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And we'll just do a back stitch and then carry on. And a back stitch at the end too. So now I'm just going to turn it right sides out. If you wanted to, you could trim that excess off at the bottom corners here where we've got our fold. It's not really necessary. So I'm just going to open it up and then push that folded end through. It's a bit fiddly. There we go. Then I'll just get my point turner, get it sitting really nicely. And then let's just give that a quick press. Now let's construct our bow. So we've got our 3 pieces now. I'm going to take that main piece of the bow and just scrunch it in the center, creating our bow. And you can have a play with this and get it sitting how you'd like it to sit. And then I'm just going to take a little bit of string, or you could use a ribbon or anything you like. This is actually Wonderful's pearl cotton for embroidery. Just use anything you've got to just tie that center once you're happy with how it's sitting. So just going to wrap that round and tie. Oops, you might want to just make sure we really are in the center, so we could fold it in half and just check those edges are even, and that looks about right to me. Might go around one more time. And then I'm just going to tie a knot. Then I'm going to do exactly the same for the tails of the bow. So I'm actually just going to fold that in half, find that center, and then fold it in from there. Again, just have a play and get it so you're happy with how it's sitting. I think that will look pretty cute. Then I'll just tie it again. And this is just to hold it in place so it's easier to construct. Okay. And I mean, that actually ended up not perfectly in the center, but actually sometimes it's nice to have the bow not absolutely perfect. But of course, if you wanted it to be, you could just shuffle it over there, over to the center there, so it is perfect. Really, it's however you like your bows to look. Then what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to tie another knot there, sorry, and trim that. Then I'm just going to tie it one more time with the two pieces together. And I just find this is the easiest way to make sure it's all sitting really nicely. So we can do this at the back. Okay, and just trimming the excess off. So now we'll just take our centerpiece and we'll wrap it around the center, finishing off our bow, making it look really cute and hiding all our workings there. Then what we'll do is we'll bring up the raw edge up and then cover up all the workings, including the raw edge, with our folded edge at the bottom. Now there's two ways of doing this. You could hand stitch that now to keep it nice and secure, or you could just hot glue it. And to be honest, I'm just going to cheat and hot glue it because it's just really a craft project and that's a bit quicker. So let me do that now. So I'm just going to take my hot glue gun. If you don't have one, they're really fun and just a really small investment. I think you can pick them up for about $5–6 these days. So I'm just going to run a little bit of glue right across that side where we've got the raw edge. Being careful not to burn myself, and then I'm just going to place that on top, just like that. Let it dry. It just takes a few moments to dry. It's really quick. And then I'm just going to take an alligator clip. Now you can find these on Amazon really cheaply, and I'm just going to pop that through the back there. Oh, what's it getting stuck on? There we go. And now it's all ready to clip on to our Christmas stocking or wherever we'd like to clip it to. So I've got my stocking and I just think it's looking absolutely adorable. Let's attach that bow. I'm going to clip it onto my loop there. And there we have it. Isn't that just absolutely adorable? I'm just so totally thrilled with that. So I hope you love these stockings as much as I do. I think they're absolutely gorgeous and would make a great heirloom addition to your Christmas decor. And if you're wondering about the fabric, it's called Plaid of My Dreams by Maureen Cracknell for Art Gallery Fabrics. And I thought it was such a classic design and perfect for Christmas. Well, thank you so much for joining me. And if you're interested in more Christmas stocking patterns, I'll put a link up above with my playlist that features some more ideas for you. Thanks so much, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey, my Quilty friends, Christmas is just around the corner, so it's a perfect time to show you how to make a classic Christmas stocking. So grab your favorite Christmas fabric, and for me this year, it's Christmas in the Cabin by Art Gallery Fabrics. Give it a press and let's go. You can find a copy of these cutting instructions over on my website. I'll put a link in the description below. So we're going to start off by making our Christmas stocking top, and to do that we need to baste our lining, batting and top fabric. So I'm going to spray base mine. You might like to use pins. I'm going to be using this Odif 505 temporary spray adhesive. So I'm just going to do a light coat, and I've got my lining fabric here with the right side facing down and the wrong side facing me. I'm going to just do a light coat. Everyone always tells me I use too much. Hopefully that was the right amount this time. Then I'm going to take my batting and just place that right on top. Oh, we do want it sitting as best we can on top. Then I'm going to smooth that out. Okay, that looks good to me. Then I'm going to take my spray again and just give it another once over. It was two over, wasn't it? I can't help myself. Then I'm going to take my fabric that I'd like to be the top of my Christmas stocking and place that on top and smooth it out. Now, if you don't want to use spray basting, you could just use pins if you'd like to. Now what we're going to do is quilt this, and you can quilt it however you like. I'm just going to do a cross hatch with my straight lines, which is my favorite thing to do. Now, if you wanted to, at this stage, you could print out your template and trace the shape on and only quilt where the Christmas stocking will sit, but I'm just going to quilt it like this and then do my Christmas stocking shape after I've quilted it. Quilt yours however you like. I'm just going to draw a couple of straight lines so I know where I'm going to start. Just quilt along there. Okay, now I've just got a starting point for my quilting, but remember you can quilt yours however you like. So I'm stitching in 3. I like my stitches a little bit longer when I'm doing quilting. I'm using wonderful confetti thread, and I do have my walking foot on with my special bar guide here that helps me make sure I can sew nice and evenly across from where my original stitches are. And if you haven't seen this before, I think Juki do an exceptional job of this. It's one of the things I love about the Juki is this bar guide, because it stays in place. Where you put it, it stays. It's really a bonus if you like to straight line quilt. Also, I do like to use gloves. I'm converted. They really do help even with a small project like this. So I'm just going to follow along on these lines and I'll see you when I'm done. So I've finished quilting it, and if I just quickly show you the back, this will actually be the lining of the stocking. And then what we're going to do is make sure that it's facing us right sides up. And if it's directional fabric, make sure you're happy with the way the fabric is facing. So I've got the Christmas trees facing me. Then what we're going to do is take our backing fabric, and if it's directional, just make sure it is facing in the right direction, and we're going to face that right sides together just like that. Smooth it out, and then we're going to take our Christmas stocking template. Now you can get a free copy of this over on my website, and I'll put a link down in the description below for you. Or if you want to, you could make your own template. I suggest grabbing a Christmas stocking and just tracing around the outline of it and adding on about 1/4 of an inch around the whole border. But like I said, you can grab a free copy of this over on my website. Then what we're going to do is just pin it in place. Now I want this part of the stocking here to be straight on my print. So I will just lift it up and check. So if I fold this top fabric over and check that it is looking nice and straight on the backing and on the front of my stocking, that's looking good. Then I can also just check it on this side. And I think that looks about right for the print as well, for the trees. So that's looking really good. We want to make sure that it is fitting within our quilted piece. And that's all okay. So what I'm going to do now is just pop some pins in to keep it in place. Now what I'm going to do is just take my scissors and carefully cut around the outline of my stocking template. Now if you didn't want to double it up like this, you could cut the backing and your quilted tops individually. I just like to do it like this because once I've cut it out, I'll remove the template carefully and then just pin it back in place and sew it. So now I'm just going to remove the pins carefully, not wanting to disturb the layers underneath. Remove the template and then repin so I can sew. Now what we're going to do is sew along the very edge of our stocking, remembering to keep this opening open. So I'm using my 1/4 inch foot there. We're going to have a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm stitching at stitch length 2.5 and I'm starting on the very edge, and I'm going to go forward a few stitches and then do a reverse stitch. And then I'm just going to go all the way around, removing the pins as I need to. on these curved bits, just take your time and follow the line nicely and slowly. Coming up to the very edge on this side, doing a back stitch again, and then coming forward and cutting my thread. So now we're going to take our cuff piece that measures 17.5 inches by 8 inches. We're going to fold it right sides together and sew along this edge here. So I'm going to just line up the edges on this side, across the top, and on this side. And when I'm happy it's all lined up nicely, I'm going to pop a couple of pins in. And now we'll just sew along that edge. So all the same settings, I'm not going to worry about doing a back stitch, I'm just starting on the very edge, removing the pins as I need to. Coming off the very edge and cutting my thread, and then we'll just give that a press. So now what I'm going to do is just press those seams open. So give it a finger press and press. Then I'm going to fold it in half so the wrong sides are facing each other, creating our cuff. And this part can be a little bit fiddly. So we want these edges to line up nicely. And then once we're happy that it's all sitting right, I will give it a press. And I just want to make sure that that seam is in the middle. We want that to sit on our stocking in the middle and the back. So once it's all those edges are lined up nicely, I will just give it a quick press. Mainly just for this top edge here where it's folded. Then while we're with the iron, I'm just going to take my loop. This piece measures 7 inches by 2 inches. I'm just going to fold it in half, wrong sides together, and give it a press, lining up these edges. Then what we're going to do is open it up and then take the edges and fold them into the center fold, and then press. And the same on the other side. Then what we're going to do is fold both of the sides that we just pressed down and then fold it back in half, and then I will give it one more press. And I will just pop a couple of pins in, holding it in place, and we're going to sew along the edge there, creating our loop for our Christmas stocking. So for our loop, we're just going to sew it closed, and I'm going to sew with about a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance right along that opening there, closing it up for our loop for our Christmas stocking. And I'm using my left compensating foot, which is what I like to do for these jobs, but just use whatever guide you need to get about a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Coming right off the very edge, cutting my thread. Okay, let's move on to finishing off our stocking. So now we're going to sew our cuff onto our stocking, and I find that if your directional fabric is facing in the right direction, coming down towards the raw edges, it will sit in the right direction when you've sewn it on, but do just double check. I'd hate to be telling you the wrong thing and it is wrong, so please double check that, but it seems to be working fine for me. So what we're going to do is make sure that the seam is facing the back of our stocking. So I'm just going to spin that around. So we're going to line up the raw edges of the cuff with the raw edges of the stocking. So I'm just going to fold the stocking to fit the cuff on the top there, over the top of it like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to line up the edges on the back there. So I've got the raw edges lined up nicely, and when I'm happy I will just pop a couple of pins in. And then what I'm going to do is line up all the other edges, and then when I'm happy that it's sitting really nicely, I'll go around and pin it all. And now where I've got the seams, I'm going to face them so that they're going to the back of the stocking. And we just want to make sure it's sitting really nicely. It can be a little bit fiddly, and we want all those edges lined up nicely. I think this is the hardest bit, so just take your time. And now I'm coming to the front, and that looks like it's going to sit really nicely. So I'll just pin it in the front there, pop a few extra on the side. Can never have too many pins. And before we sew that, what we want to do is just grab our loop, and we want to fold it in half, and we're going to find the back of our stocking, and we want to hang it on the side where we don't have the curve where the stocking curves. So on the back, we're going to find the back seam. And then I like to put it right next to that seam there that's from the front of the stocking, and we're just going to put it in so that the loop is facing down towards the bottom, and the raw edges again are lining up with the cuff and the edge of the stocking. I can just see my stitches are facing in towards the stocking, but I do just want them facing towards the back of the stocking. So I'm lining it up with that seam there, and then lining it up with the edge of the stocking and the cuff. And when I know that's all in place nicely, checking it's nice and straight, we can check underneath as well. I'll pop a pin in just to hold that in place as well. Okay, and now we're ready to sew around that whole edge there. Now, one thing to note is if you'd like to, you could trim and do little nicks on all the curves of the stocking just so it sits a little bit nicer. And before we attach the cuff, if you wanted to, you could use pinking shears just to tidy it up a bit, or if you had a serger, you could serge the edges as well. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to sew my cuff on now. So I'm back to my 1/4 inch foot, and I'm just going to take it really slowly. It is a little bit fiddly. We just have to be really careful now. And if you've got a free arm on your sewing machine, it's at this point you'd use that. So a free arm is when you've got a piece that comes off, and you could pop the whole opening of your Christmas stocking onto your free arm, which does make this step a lot easier. So I'm just going to slowly sew around, removing my pins as I need to, and making sure all those edges are lined up nicely. And if they aren't, this is a chance to just gently fix them. I'm just going over the loop. I am just going to do a back stitch over that so it's nice and strong. If you're enjoying this video, please do subscribe and hit the bell button so you don't miss out on another video. It really helps me out and I appreciate it so much. Now I'm coming back to where I started. I'm just going to go straight over the top of my stitches into a back stitch. Cut my thread. And now let's turn it right sides out and press. So now we're going to turn it right sides out. I'm just going to pop my hand inside the stocking, grab the toe and pull it through. And then getting it sitting nicely. I'm going to use my point turner. If you don't have a point turner, you could use something like blunt, like a chopstick. And I'm just pushing all those seams so they're sitting really nicely. Okay, then we're going to fold down that cuff, and we also want that sitting nicely. And then when we feel like we've got everything sitting nicely, sorry, this is not very gracious. It's always a little bit tricky getting it all sitting nicely when we turn things right sides out. Now what I'm going to do is give it a press. So you can see now it's kind of sitting a bit funny and we can see the red popping through from the front. What I'm going to do is roll that out, and I want that sitting really nice and flat with no creases in there. And then hopefully we won't see the lining from the front, or the backing rather. And I'll do that around the whole edge of the stocking. And once I've done this, I will flip it over and do it again on the back. I just feel like when you do these details, it's just what finishes it off really nicely. Again, we don't want that all rolled in like that. We want it sitting as best we can, and then pressing. Okay, and I'll give that a quick once over on the back as well. Right, and we did have success on the cuff. My directional fabric is facing in the right direction. Do just check that before you sew it on. I'd hate for you to sew it wrong and get into a right royal pickle and have to unpick it all, but it has worked out, so I think I am right. So there's our easy Christmas stocking. That's just a beautiful, classic, simple Christmas stocking, and isn't it cute? Let me show you the back. It's just lovely. Now, I use these every year for my children, exactly this size, and they are really a great size to fit some little gifts in there for the kids. When they go to bed on Christmas Eve, I fill these up with little goodies for them, and they absolutely love them. Get your fabric scraps ready, because I'm going to show you how to make these really adorable quilt block Christmas ornaments. Now, I've come up with 16 different designs, but the ideas are limitless. You're just going to make up these little blocks, and then you're going to mix and match and make a really beautiful selection of Christmas ornaments. My name's Stacey, and I teach sewing and quilting tutorials. Please do hit that like and subscribe button so you can see more of my content. But now let's get on with making these really gorgeous ornaments. We're going to start off by making teeny tiny little half square triangles, and then I'll show you how to make up these gorgeous little blocks. So we need 2 squares, and they measure 2 inches by 2 inches. Then on the wrong side of one of them, we're going to draw a diagonal line from corner to corner, starting in the top corner, coming down to the bottom corner. Then we're going to place them right sides together. So if this fabricated right side, we'd be placing them together. We want to line up all the edges. If you'd like to, you can pop some pins in just to hold it in place. It is really little, so I'm not going to worry about it. Now what we're going to do is sew along each side of the line. I'm using wonderful confetti thread. I'm stitching at stitch length 2. I've got my 1/4 inch foot on, and I'm lining up the edge of the foot along that line there. I'm going to start at the very edge of my square and then sew until I get to the very end. Now, if you were batch sewing these, you could just sew another one right now, but I don't have another piece to sew, so I'll just cut my thread, lift it up and turn it around and sew along the other side. Cutting my thread, and now let's cut. So I'm going to take my ruler, line it up along the line we drew, take my rotary cutter and cut along that line. Now we've got 2 pieces, we're going to press. So just out of habit, I will set those stitches, which just sets them into the fabric, making them stronger and helps our block lay flatter. This is a craft project, so it doesn't really matter too much. Then I'm going to open it up and press the seams towards my dark fabric. It's a little bit fiddly because these pieces are so little. We've never made anything this little before with quilting. Okay, now we're going to square them up. So our half square triangles need to measure 1.5 inches squared. So I'm just going to take my ruler, find that diagonal line, pop it on the seam. Then I'm going to find my 1.5 inch mark on my ruler. Once I can see it's fitting in, I'm just going to trim, and I'll do exactly the same on all 4 sides. So once we've done one that's looking really great, then I'll just carry on and square up however many half square triangles I have to square up. What I suggest you do is make up a whole lot of half square triangles and then cut a whole lot of 1.5 inch by 1.5 inch squares like I have here, and then we're just going to have a play. Now this tutorial is a little bit different to my regular tutorials. I'm not going to tell you exactly what to do, because the idea is that with all these pieces we can make all these different little quilt block ornaments, and I'll put the image up now. And you can find this over on my website. I'll put a link down in the description below if you'd like to take a closer look. So now I just want you to have a play with your pieces and make up your little quilt blocks as you wish. So I'm going to make my first little quilt block Christmas ornament, and we want to go 3 across and 3 down, and I'm going to make a little friendship block. You can make whatever block you like, just like I said. So it doesn't have to be this one. Remember, we can make up all sorts of quilt blocks with our pieces. This is a really fun little project. I think it would be neat to make a whole set of little ornaments with all the different ways you can make the little blocks up. And I've cut these pieces, I've fussy cut them, so you can see the little cars in the center there. There's one with a truck, isn't that cute? This is all art gallery fabric that I'm working with. Okay, can you see how I've got my little star there? So all I'm going to do now is sew each of the rows together, and then I'm going to press and then sew those rows together. So to sew the pieces together, we just place them right sides together, line up all those edges. They're a little bit little, so I'm not going to worry about a pin, and I am sewing with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Once I've sewn my 3 rows together, I will just give those a quick press before I then sew the rows together. So we can get the block sitting really nicely and nest those seams, I am going to press the seams so we can nest them. So for the top and the bottom row, I'm going to press both of the seams out towards the outer edge, and for the middle row, I'll press the seams in. And we don't have to worry too much about setting stitches and things. This is really just more of a craft project. So those ones are both coming out. It is a little bit fiddly because it's so little but so cute. In the bottom row, those seams are going out again. Now I'm just going to sew those rows together. So taking the first and the second row, placing them right sides together, we are going to nest the seams, but I'm not going to pin them. I'm just going to feel where they kind of sit in next to each other, because remember, we've got one seam pressed and going this way, another pressed and going this way, so they kind of just click into place, especially because the pieces are so small. I'll line up these edges and then sew along the edge. Of course, use pins if you'd prefer. And then I'll just do the same for the last row. Now let's give our tiny little block a press. So just flipping it over to the back, and I've found for me the easiest thing to do is just to open up these seams and press them. But press the seams however you prefer. It is a little bit fiddly. Okay, I'm just going to give it a once over and just get all those seams sitting nicely. And then we'll just flip it over to the front. Isn't that a little cutie pie? So I'll just give that a once over on the front. So now we need to take a piece of iron-on fusible fleece, and it measures 3 inches by 3 inches. It's just 1/2 inch smaller than our little quilt block. I'm going to flip it over to the back, and on the wrong side of our quilt block, I'm going to take the bumpy side, which is the glue, and place that down onto our quilt block and press that. And we want it in the center so we can see about 1/4 inch around the whole quilt block. And then we'll press. Oh, it does help to turn your iron on. Okay, and then I'm just going to flip it over to the front and give it a press on the front as well. And then let's move on to the next step. So now I've got my back of my ornament, and that measures 3.5 inches by 3.5 inches squared. I'm going to take a piece of ribbon. I'm using this really nice pink velvety ribbon, and I want to cut about 6 inches. So I'm just going to line it up on my mat and measure 6 inches and cut. So then what we're going to do is fold it in half, but I like to fold it in half so that the velvet is on top of the velvet, so that when we hang it on the tree, it's going to sit perfectly. I find that if you create your loop like this, I find the ornament twists and it never sits right. So I just like to twist this bottom piece so it's facing upright too. So we've got both the velvet pieces facing me, or both of your right side of your ribbon. And then what we're going to do is take our ornament, find the top center, and I'm going to place the edge of the ribbon lined up with the edge of our ornament like that. And then what you can do if you want to check that that's right is you can just grab it there with your finger and lift it up, and you can see that when I sew that, that's going to be correct. So once I've got that sitting really nicely, and if anything, I prefer the ribbon hanging a little bit off the edge there than being a little bit too shy. Once I'm happy with that, I'm just going to take a pin, and from the back, I'm just going to pin it in place like that. And that's because we're about to enclose it in and we'll be working from the back here. That's why I pinned it from the back, but I wanted to show you that that's sitting really nicely there. Then we're going to take the back of our Christmas ornament and place that on top. So we've got right sides facing each other. Now, if you made your loop longer, just be careful that you're not going to sew it into the ornament. If it's longer, maybe just fold it up and tuck it in there. So now we're placing our back on top and we're lining up all the edges, and when we're happy, we will pop a few pins in. I'm going to pin it on this side because this is the side I want to sew on. So I like to pin on the corners. And you can see I've got all my edges lined up really nicely there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to find the top, and there's my top because I've got my ribbon there. Well, we want to start on the bottom, and what we want to do is we want to start in the middle of our left hand square and stop in the middle of our right hand square here. Now if you won't remember to do that, you could just mark it. So we'll start here, go all the way around and stop here, and we will do a back stitch because I find when we're turning it right sides out, it does tend to pull at those stitches. Starting on that first mark, I'm still stitching with my 1/4 inch seam allowance, removing the pins as I need to, going forward a few stitches and then back a few stitches. Then I'm going to turn on my corners, making sure my needle's down, doing my best guess of a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then carrying her along until I get all the way back to that second mark. Now when I come up to my little hoop, I'm going to do a back stitch. I've stitched right over the top, and I can feel that on my sewing machine because it feels much thicker sewing through that velvet ribbon. I will do a back stitch all the way back over it, and then I'll carry on. I'm back up to that mark that we made, so I'm going to sew right up to that, do a back stitch, and then cut my thread. So we're going to trim the corners to remove the bulk, and we're just being extra careful we don't get too close to those stitches on all 4 corners. Then what we're going to do is find our opening, and what's handy is we've got that ribbon we can hold on to. We're going to grab that ribbon and pull it right sides out and get it sitting nicely. Now at this point I like to use a point turner just to get those corners sitting really nicely, and if you don't have a point turner, use something similar like maybe a chopstick. Just be gentle but firm. We don't want to accidentally poke all the way through our fabric and cause a problem. Okay, so once we're happy with how it's all sitting, let's give that a quick press. So I'm going to find my opening, and I want to fold it in about 1/4 of an inch because that was our seam allowance, and we want it to be sitting really nicely so that when we sew our top stitch around the edge there, you can't see that the opening was ever there. So just get that sitting really nicely, and then when you're happy, give it a press. That looks pretty good to me. And then what we can do is just roll out these edges as well, so they're sitting really nicely on all 4 edges. Okay, I'm just going to come back and give that one more press. Okay, now we're just going to do our top stitch. I've just popped a pin in there to hold that opening closed, so I know when I sew around that edge it's going to sit really nicely. Now I've got my left compensating foot on here, which just means I can butt the edge up really nicely up against that foot there, and I get a really nice 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Now I know what it's called for a dookie. I know other sewing machines do have them. I'm just not sure of the name. So just Google dookie equivalent for whatever your sewing machine is if you want to look it up to see if there's one for your sewing machine. Now we're just going to start just before that opening and go around the entire edge. Now sometimes I find that when you're turning, if we're stitching, I'm stitching at stitch length 2, I haven't changed that. I probably should have changed it to 2.5, but it doesn't matter. It's still a personal preference. But the stitch length is too long for what I need right now, so I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller and just get a slightly smaller stitch in there. And now it's perfect to turn. So I'm going to put it back up to 2 and then carry on. Coming right up to where I started, I'm just going to lift my foot up and move this piece of thread across, because if we stitch over it, it could become a bird's nest, and I'm going to hold it. I'm coming right past where we started, and then I will do a couple of back stitches. Cutting my thread, and then I will trim any loose thread. And now I will just trim that thread as close as I can. Isn't that cute? Now, isn't this just the most gorgeous little Christmas ornament you've ever seen? Okay, I might be exaggerating, but I think they're pretty cute. And don't you just love the idea that all you need is 2 blocks, you're going to mix and match them, and you're making a whole variety of little quilt blocks. These no-sew Christmas ball ornaments are so fun and easy to make, and I've come up with a couple of tricks to make them quicker and easier to make that you've never seen before. Let me show you how. You'll need a foam ball, or also known as a polystyrene ball, and it'll be perfect so long as it measures between 2.8 inches to 3 inches. You'll need a pack of dressmaking pins. We do use quite a lot, so you will need a pack. Dressmaking pins are just slightly smaller than regular pins and have a very fine head on them. You'll need ribbon, and it needs to be about 3/4 of an inch to 1 inch wide. Plus you'll need a thinner one just to make the loop to hang our decoration. For the fabric, you need to cut all the pieces to 2.5 inches by 2.5 inches squared. And for the center fabric, we need 8 pieces. For the middle fabric, we need 16 pieces. And for the outer fabric, we need 16 pieces. You'll also need a pen, paper, and scissors. A thimble is optional, and a makeshift hammer if you'd like to use one, and I used a lip gloss and that works perfectly. So we need to start with the fabrics we'd like to be in the center of our ball. So I'm going to take one of my red pieces, and then for all of our pieces of fabric, what we need to do is find the center. So with the wrong side of the fabric facing me, one of the ways we can do that is we can fold it in half, fold it in half again, and in this center piece, finger press, and that helps us find the center. Then we just take one of our pins and pop it right in there, and then we're ready for the next step. Another idea which I came up with to save some time, was to take a piece of paper, and I've cut that perfectly at 2.5 inches squared, and then I fold it in half, just like I did the fabric, fold it in half again, just like we did with the fabric, and then what we can find is our center. Then we just take a pin, pop it right in at that center there, and then pull the pin through. Now we've got a template to use, so I'm going to take my fabric with the wrong side facing me, pop it right on top, take my pin, and just push it through, removing my template. And I think that's a whole lot quicker. So what I'm going to do is do that for 4 of my fabrics so I can do my center part first. Okay, so now moving on to the next step. I'm going to take my foam ball, and it doesn't matter where we start, and I'm just going to push my pin into it. Now your fingers do get really sore, so at this point you could use a thimble to push it in, or I actually found using a little makeshift hammer was handy. I just used a lip gloss and I just used that to push it down, and it just saves your fingers. So then what we do is we fold it down. So we've got a nice straight line here, and then we bring this edge over and down into the center, and we do that on both sides. And then what we do is we pop a pin in here, and on both the corners, and we've created a triangle. Now what you can do is audition your fabric and check that you're happy with the placement of it. So for example, maybe I wanted to turn it around, and then I can see if I'm going to get any of those cute little stars in my fold, and yes I am, so I'm much happier with that. So that's how I'll pin it. So just folding that down again, we just want a nice straight line, and I'll pop a pin in at the bottom here on both sides and on the corners. Now you could push these pins in as you go if you'd like, but I just found I got really sore fingers, so I like to use my little lip gloss as a makeshift hammer. It seems to work a treat. Then what I'm going to do is take my next fabric, and we're going to put it opposite it, and we're going to start right at the point here, creating a nice straight line. Okay, and then we're folding it again, remembering you can check the placement of your fabric if you'd like to, and then popping in our pins. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is exactly the same on this side and this side. So I've finished all 4 pieces now, and you can see I've got a line going straight across there and a line going straight across there, and that's perfect. Now what we're going to do is come along and do our next layer. So you can do this by eye if you'd like, but I find it's much easier to measure because I'm just not good at doing things by eye sometimes, especially when we need it to be consistent. So the first row that I'm going to do are just the straight down and across. We're not going to worry about the 2 lines on the diagonal. So I'm just going to take my ruler, and from the center, I'm just going to mark 1/2 inch. I'm just using a washable marker so that if we can see it, I can just wipe it off. It's a little bit fiddly, but I do prefer to do this than doing it by eye. So all I've done is I've marked 1/2 inch out from the center on all 4 sides there. So then what we're going to do is take our next fabric, and I would like this one to be my center fabric. And again, whoop, on the wrong side of the fabric, I'm just going to pop my pins in. You can do them one at a time if you'd like, and you don't need to use this paper template. You could always just fold each piece if you'd like to. So we need 4 to start off with, and then we'll do another 4. Okay, so now I'm just going to pop my pin in where I did that mark, doing exactly the same, folding it down in half, folding those 2 sides down, and now I'm also making sure I'm still creating that nice straight line. For example, we don't want it kind of crooked and off to the side there. We're creating nice straight lines. And once again, I'm just pinning. Doing exactly the same on this side. And now I'll do this side and this side. So now I've done the first row for our middle section. You can see a pattern starting to form here, and once you get the hang of it, you can really play around with the pattern. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to take my marker and I'm going to mark 1/2 inch or just a little bit more on all the diagonals this time. So I find it does look better if you go just a little bit past that 1/2 inch. Just a titchy bit. And now I'm just going to repeat exactly the same process and putting my fabrics on each of those markings. So there we go, we've done our middle row. Now isn't that looking super cute, and you really can see it come into shape now. Now the next row is really a personal choice. You can either start the next row on the diagonal there, or coming down again on the straight and across. I'm going to do that. So all I'll do is exactly the same. I'm just going to mark 1/2 inch from that point there on all 4 sides. And I'll just carry on now doing exactly the same. So now I've done those 4 pieces, and you can really see the pattern coming together now. It's looking so cute. I actually think you could stop right here. I think that looks lovely, but we'll do one more round. And all I'm going to do is mark 1/2 inch and just a little bit over on these 4 pieces, which are on the diagonal, and then I'll carry on as we have been. So there we go, I've finished that first side, and isn't that just super cute and absolutely adorable? Now what we need to do is the exact same on the other side. Now the first thing to do is to find the center, and if we just pop it down, because it's all symmetrical, the center of gravity has kind of made it sit perfectly, so we can just take a pencil and just do our best guess of the top there. So I'll just mark where I think is the top. Now if we just randomly start, we might have those points coming in at different areas on the back, and personally that doesn't bother me, but if you'd like to try and make it perfect, what you could do is find those straight lines that you had and just try carrying them on to the center there. Find that one, and I'm really just guessing here, that one, but I guess it would be better than just starting anywhere and then being completely off. Well, that's my thinking anyway. So there we go, and it has matched up almost exactly in the center there, so I'll probably go right there as my center. So all I'm going to do now is do exactly the same, starting in that center point and using those lines as my guide to get my straight up and down and across. So I've finished both sides now, and that looks really cute. Just by eye, it looks pretty even. I'm really happy with that. I mean, if we look at these lines here, they're not quite lining up perfectly, but I think that's fine. Then I'm going to take my thicker ribbon, and I'm just going to wrap it around where all the pins are, and then I'll cut it with a little bit of excess, say about 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch. And then what we're going to do is find where we'd like the top to be, and we're going to wrap it around, and then I like the top end to be lined up right where I want that top to be. And I'm also just making sure I'm covering up all those pins. We want it to be nice and firm, so I'm just shimmering it across so that we're covering up all those pins. And if any pins are showing, what you can do is just move them over so they can't be seen, or even remove them if they're sort of underneath a couple of layers and not really critical to holding it all in place. So that's looking really good, and I've got that edge there lined up with my top, and it's nice and firm. So once I'm happy, I'll just take my pins and pop them in there to hold it in place. Push them down. Okay, and then I'm going to get my thinner ribbon, and that's going to be my loop, and all I'm going to do is fold it over like that, so we've got a loop at the top. I've got both the good sides facing me. I'm not facing it with the wrong sides together. I've got the good side here and the good side here, so it's kind of looping over there. That's the best way for it to hang on the tree nicely. I'm just going to line up those edges at the bottom, and then what I'm going to do is place it right on top where I want the center top to be, and then I'm just going to make sure it's looking all nice and tidy there. And then I will just pop in a couple of pins just to hold it in place. And I put it around about in the middle, the pin, so that then it's hanging from the center of the ribbon. And just really push those in. And then there we have our decoration. Isn't that super cute? And so easy, a little bit time consuming, but trust me, once you've made one, you'll find yourself making 10 because they're just so fun and addictive to make. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to make a beautiful traditional Christmas stocking. First, we're going to do diamond piecing, and then we'll make our Christmas stocking, which is fully lined. Let me show you how. To make this diamond Christmas stocking, you're going to need fabric for the diamond top. I use various fat quarters, or you could use scrap fabric. You'll also need 1.5 yards of fabric for the backing, lining and loop, plus a 16-inch by 24-inch piece of batting. You can get a copy of my free stocking template over on my website, stacey-lee.com. So the first thing we need to do is get our pattern ready. Now, if you've got a stocking that you really love, just trace around that and add a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Otherwise, I've got this free pattern over on my website. I'll put the link down below. Now, what it is 6 pages long, and then each page has a letter at the top. A, B, C, D, E, F. You just pop them in the order. You just pop them in the correct order. And then what we need to do is just cut off some of the excess on some of the sides there, so that we can line them up, creating a diamond. So I'll just show you what I mean. I'm just going to take my ruler, and I'm just going to find the very edge of where those lines are. Drawing a line, and then what I'm going to do with my paper scissors is just cut down that edge there. And this is F, so I want to tape it to the E side here. And what I'm doing is I'm lining up, so I've got the diamonds, I've got the points here, and of course I've got that straight line. So I wouldn't want it like this, because then that's not a continuous straight line. I want it lined up just like that. And then when I'm happy that it's lined up nicely, I'll just pop a little bit of tape on to hold that in place. And I'll repeat that until I've taped all my pieces together, creating my stocking shape. Now our stocking is done, let's set that aside and work on the top of our Christmas stocking. So the fun part is picking the fabrics that you'd like to use for your stocking. You can use any fabric, scrap fabric would be great. I've actually used fat quarters, and I've cut the width of the fabric, which is about 22 inches long by 4 inches wide, and I'm going to cut 8 strips in total. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place them in the order that I'd like to. I need to cut a couple more strips, and then we're just going to sew them together in the order that we'd like them to be in, with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So just sewing my strips together. Now if you'd like to, you can pop pins in, just line up that edge there and just come along and just pop some pins in so we know it's all nicely lined up when we sew it. You can use as many or as little as you'd like. And then I'm just going to stitch with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I've got my 1/4 inch foot on, stitch length 2. I'm not going to worry about a back stitch. Cutting my thread, and then I'll just open that up, pick my next bit of fabric and then sew that on. Now if I'm using directional fabric, it will end up on the side. I don't think it looks too bad with these baubles, but maybe that's something you might want to just keep an eye on. And if you are using directional fabric, just make sure it's all facing in the same direction. So I'll just carry on until I've sewn all my pieces together. So now I'm just going to press my seams. It's not a quilt, so I'm not going to worry about setting them, and I'm just going to press them all in the same direction. So I'll just make sure they're sitting nicely underneath. Give it a finger press and then press. Repeating for all the strips. Now what we're going to do is cut 45-degree angle strips. So I'm going to find the 45-degree line on my ruler, and I could line it up with the top edge of my fabric, but if I line it up down here on a seam, I can actually cut a little bit more. So I'm going to line it up on that seam there, line it up in the very corner, so I'm going to get one nice clean cut, and you'll see that my ruler doesn't come down to the very end. So I'll do that cut, then I'm going to pause, move my ruler down and finish my cut. And we've got a nice cut there, and then I'm just going to move it down. So I'm just going to move my ruler down and move it onto this seam, line it up on the edge that I just cut, and then I'm just going to carry on cutting. And now I've got my first cut. So then what I'll do is I'm going to again line that 45-degree line on my seam, but I also want to measure 4 inches. So I'm going to count 4 inches. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to move it over a bit, making sure that seam is on that line. And now I'll do exactly the same, but this time it's a 4-inch strip. Okay, we've got our first complete strip. I'll just set that aside, and now we want to just cut all the rest into 4-inch strips. And I will always check that my line is on a seam. That way we know they're nice and straight. I'll throw this little piece away, but I will keep that because we've got one complete diamond there. And then I'll just repeat that for the remaining fabric that I've got. Just going to spin it around so it's easier. So now what I've done is I've taken the 3 longest pieces and I've set the other pieces aside. We'll address them a little bit later. But what I'm going to do is just turn them over, and on both sides I'm just going to mark a 1/4 inch away from the edge of my fabric on top of the stitches. So I'll just take my ruler and I'm going to place it right on top, find that 1/4 inch mark, line it up on the edge of my fabric, and just right where those stitches are, I'm just going to do a little mark, and I'm going to do that on all my stitches where they're joined there on the seam. So then I'll just turn that around, do exactly the same on this side, and then the same for all 3 strips. So now we're going to sew our 3 strips together, and I've just made sure I'm happy with how they've sitting. They're not sitting next to a fabric exactly the same. And then any directional fabric is facing in the same direction. And we do have these raggedy bits at the end, but don't worry about them. We've got the bulk of our body here for our stocking. But we wouldn't want to be sewing this one like down here, because then we'd be losing most of the top here. So just do the best you can. What we're going to do is I'll sew these two pieces together first. So I'm going to place them right sides together. And then at the seams where they meet, what we're going to do now is match up those two markings that we just did. So I'm going to take my pins and I'm going to put my pin in right above the line I did, because the line took up space from where the ruler was, if that makes sense. And then I'm going to just, oh, it just came out. So I'm going to pop it in right above the line, right next to the stitches. So I can see it's popping out on that side right next to my seam. And then I want to come through onto the other side, and I want to be just above that line again, so that when my net pin is straight, those two markings that I did are perfectly lined up. And then I'm just going to pop that pin in place. Then I'm going to find my next seam and do exactly the same. So popping my pin in just right above that marking I did, right next to my stitches, checking it on this side, and that looks good. Coming through on the second piece of fabric, and sometimes we're just guessing there, so we can guess. It's a little bit fiddly. Let me have a look at that. No, I've missed it. So I'll just pull it out and try again, and that looks better. I can see I'm coming in right above the line on this side, and I'm coming out right above the line on this side, right next to those stitches. I can also see those edges are really nicely lined up, so then I'll just pop the pin in, so it's nice and secure. Then I'll find my next seam and do exactly the same, and I'll carry on until I've married up all the seams on these two pieces. Okay, and then if you'd like to, you could pop in a few more pins if you'd like to. I'll just pop one in at the beginning and at the end, just so we know all those edges are lined up nicely. And then I'm just going to sew along the seam with our 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'll just start right before my two pieces begin there, and again I'm still stitching with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, not worrying about a back stitch, and just removing those pins as I need to. When I'm coming up to these seams, I am just making sure they're going to be sewn down in the right direction. And if I'm aiming anywhere, I'm aiming just in front of that marker we did. So I know I'm going to be lining up right on that point that we wanted them joined at. Okay, now I know I've only got one piece here, so I'm just going to stop. So then we can open it up and check those seams, and that looks really great. Remembering, if they're not perfect, no one's coming to check it, but if you're really unhappy with them, you could always unpick and start again. So now I'm just going to sew that third piece on. So I've sewn all three strips together, and now what we want to do is we want to make it big enough so that when we put our stocking on top, we can get our good shape, and then we can use the stocking to trace around it and cut out our stocking shape. But as you can see, it's not big enough yet. I need to add on a little bit over here. But also one more thing to note is, if you want the diamonds to be coming down perfectly, we actually need to turn it on the side so it's sitting like that. So our fabric would go here. So we need to make quite a bit more on this side to make that work perfectly. You might not want your diamonds to come down like that. You might think it looks quite nice just to have the pieces on an angle like that. It's just whatever you prefer. But what I suggest you do now is get your strips and work out where they could go. Like, I don't want to put that there because those two are right next to each other. So I could move it down. And then I will get my stocking and just place it on top and check that if I did in fact sew that on, does the stocking still fit? For example, I wouldn't want to sew it on like that because it's getting too dangerously close to the edge there and might not work once that seam's been attached. Another thing to note is if you wanted to have, let's say, these 2 points right at the top of your stocking, you'd need to add on 1/4 of an inch for seam allowance, but then you'd start there with your pattern there and then add on your strips. So now what we're going to do is just work out the best strips for us and sew them on. And something you can do, let's say you really wanted this piece here, but it won't work because of this piece of fabric here. You could actually unpick it here and grab another piece, let's say a shorter piece, and add that on there just to make it longer, and so you don't have two of the same pieces right next to each other. But now what I'm going to do is just carry on and sew all my strips together so that I can get my stocking shape. So I've sewn all my pieces together and my stocking fits within it. Now I'm just going to press the seams open. It's a personal preference. I just think it will sit a little bit flatter if they're pressed open, but you can press your seams however you'd like to. Now we're going to sandwich our Christmas stocking top and quilt it. So what I've got here is I've got some fabric here, and that's actually the lining for our Christmas stocking. And I've placed that wrong side facing me, my batting, and then my Christmas stocking top here. So I've smoothed it all out nicely, just like we would a quilt. It's just exactly like we would a quilt. And what I did was I made sure that my stocking fits within the piece that we've just sewn, and I did trim off some of the excess because we don't need it. Now I'm going to line mine up with the 2 points here, and then I'm going to come about 1/4 of an inch up and then check that it's fitting in there nicely. Now my stocking includes your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Once we've quilted this, we'll be cutting around the edge. So don't worry about adding on 1/4 inch to that seam allowance. But what I am going to do now is, once I'm happy it's all going to work out great, I'm just going to smooth that out really nicely. I'm going to use some of my basting pins here, pin it in place, and then quilt it. Now you can quilt it, sorry, these pins are annoying me. Now you can quilt it however you like. You could do stitch in the ditch, you could do echoing stitch, which is stitching right next to the seams there. Or you might be able to do something really beautiful and fancy, and I can't quilt like that, so I just do straight line stitching. And for my threads, I usually use white, but I think I'm going to be a bit adventurous today and use one of these colors. All 3 of them would work, but maybe I'm not feeling as adventurous as I think I am. I think I'm just going to go with this light pink. What do you think? So I'm going to quilt that, and then I'll meet you back here for the next step. So I've finished the quilting and I've given it a press, so it's all sitting really nicely. Now I did make a mistake. I didn't need my backing fabric here. All I needed was my Christmas stocking top here and the batting, and then later on we're going to line it. So I made a mistake and I'm sorry. So you don't need that extra layer of fabric here. Now the next thing we're going to do is take our stocking pattern and we're going to place it on top, get it sitting exactly how we want it, pin it and cut around it. Now remember, I wanted to have this at the top of mine and then be just about 1/4 of an inch up above it, so that when I have my seam allowance, we'll get that nice point at the top. So that's right at the top, and then I'll just come up about 1/4 of an inch, and then I'll just check that it's sitting within my area here, and that looks really good. Just check that again. That looks good. And then when you're happy with the placement, let's just pin it in place. And now all I'm going to do is cut around the edge of my stocking to get my shape. I've got my fabric scissors. here's the front of our Christmas stocking, and it's looking really cute. Then I needed to cut a few more pieces, so I've just taken the pattern off the top there. What I did was I cut one piece with the wrong side facing me, which is going to be the backing for our stocking. And then I cut two more pieces, and I actually placed them right sides together because they're going to be our lining. So we cut two pieces right sides together for the lining, and then one piece with the wrong side facing us for the lining, or the back rather, of actually our Christmas stocking. So now what we're going to do is sew these together. So I'm going to take the lining, or sorry, I keep calling it the lining, it's the backing. I'm going to take the backing of our stocking and line it up on top of our stocking here, and then once it's all lined up really nicely, I'm going to pop some pins in. And what we're going to do is we're just going to sew around the entire edge, leaving our opening open. And just use as many pins as you'd like to, that you're comfortable with. I definitely do like to use pins now because it is a different shape, and we want it all sitting nicely and lined up. Okay, and then for our lining, it's already facing right sides together. We're just going to pin that, but we do need to leave an opening so we can turn it right sides out. So I'm just going to mark about 3 inches down, and then leave an opening of about 4 inches, just so that we can turn it right sides out. So then what I'll do is I'll just stitch here, and then stop here, do a back stitch, then start again here, go forward a bit, do a back stitch, and then go all the way around, leaving that opening open again. So just pinning. Okay, let's sew those. So I've still got my walking foot on from when I did the quilting. That's fine, I'm going to leave it there. And if you don't have a walking foot, don't worry about it. Just go slowly because we are going through a lot of layers. I'm going to stitch at stitch length 2.5, and I'm going to use about 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. I'm just starting at the very edge, and I'm going to go forward a few stitches, and then I'm going to do a back stitch, and then I'm going to carry on all the way around, removing any pins as I need to. Okay, coming right up to the very edge again and doing a back stitch, and then coming right off the edge and cutting my thread. And then we'll do our lining, and I'll do exactly the same, except remember when I get to the opening I'll do a back stitch and stop, and then I'll just do this little bit here. Let's just quickly make the loop to hang our Christmas stocking. So it's 7 inches by 2 inches. I'm just going to place it so the wrong side is facing me. Then we're going to fold it in half lengthways and line up those edges. I'll just give it a finger press, and then I'll press it. Then what we'll do is we'll open it up, and then we'll take the edge here and fold it in towards the pressed seam, and the same on this side. So just taking that edge and folding it into that line that I can see we just pressed. And then the same on the other side. And then we'll just fold those back in, and then fold it back in half and give that a press. And then I'll just pop some pins in along this edge, and we'll sew along that to close it up. So I'm just going to stitch about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge there, just so that we can close that opening there, creating our loop. And I won't worry about a back stitch. I've got my walking foot still on and I'm not going to change it because I can't be bothered. But I'm just going to do my best guess. If you'd like to, you could change your foot right now. Just coming right off the very edge, cutting my thread, and then we've just got our little loop for our stocking. So now I've got my main stocking here and I've got my lining here. I'm just going to turn my lining right sides out so we can see the shape of it. We do need to see the shape of it. And then I'm just going to place it on top of my stocking so that I can see that that's how it will be. They're all going in the same direction. And then I'm going to place it inside my stocking. So you can see here we've got our nice diamonds and our backing. So now we're going to put our lining in there and it's right sides facing each other and with the toe facing in the same direction. So just placing it right in there. And then what we're going to do is we want to line up the seams on both sides. So we've got seams on the linings and seams on our stocking. We want to line them up on both sides. And this is a little bit fiddly, so just take your time. We also want these edges lined up perfectly, so on the lining and on the stocking itself. And that's looking like it's sitting in there really nicely for me now. So what I'll do is I'll just come to one side at a time and just check those seams. I'm going to open them up and just check that they're making what looks like a nice straight line, and when they are, I'll just close it up. It doesn't really matter which way the seams are going. So just check that line and then I'm going to pin. Remembering that we do want those edges there all lined up nicely. Then I'll come across to the other side and do the same thing. I just want to find the seams on the lining and on the stocking, line them up, open them up, make sure it's making what looks like a nice straight line, closing it again and pinning. So we've pinned both the sides. Now let's do the loop. So we're going to close the loop up, and if there's a right or a wrong side or one side that looks better, fold it how you want it to be now with these edges lined up nicely. And then what we're going to do is find the back of our stocking. So that's going to be the two thin pieces. We've got our backing and our lining here, and that is the back. And then we want to find the left-hand side of the back of the stocking. So the side that's coming straight down and then it comes to a point. We don't want to hang the loop at the front of the stocking. So that would be on the right-hand side with the short end of the toe coming out. I hope that makes sense. So what we'll do is we'll pop this down in between the two layers. So it's going in between the lining and the backing, and then I'm just going to have it popping out just ever so slightly because we want to make sure that we absolutely do catch it, and I'm pushing it right up against where I pinned it because I just want it to be in that far corner there. And then once I'm happy it's sitting nicely, I'm just going to pin that in place. And that's our loop. And then I will just pop a pin in the middle here, just pulling it so I can feel that it's sitting nicely. And around about in the middle, I will just pop a pin in there. And then I'll do the same on the front as well. Just pulling at it, making sure everything feels like it's lined up nicely, including this top edge. And just putting a pin in. Okay, now let's sew around our top there. So now we're going to go around the whole edge and sew it. I have changed my foot back to my 1/4 inch just because it's easier. That walking foot is a little bit clunky. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to carefully maneuver it around as I sew it. Now, I like to do it this way because if you push it down and under and try and go around that way, you can end up in a right royal pickle and accidentally sew it together. If you have a free arm, use that right now for this part. That's when you can take this bit off your sewing machine and put the stocking on, and it makes it really easy to sew around I don't have that. It's a little bit harder with the sewing machine, but not impossible. I just have to take my time. So I'm going to just start here, right on the seam at the back. Just going to get it exactly where I want it. Put my foot down, remove that pin, and sew. Oh, I can see my thread was about to pop out there. Okay, so I will do a back stitch. And I just want to make sure that where I'm working, in front of me, these 2 to 3 inches, everything's sitting really nicely, because this is kind of a bit of a mess here. But so long as it's sitting nicely right in front of me there, everything will be okay. Now I'm coming up to my loop, so I'm just going to remove that pin, and I do have that ledge on my 1/4 inch foot, so I'm just going to lift it up so it doesn't get caught on that loop there. I'm going to come right over the top, remove that second pin, and then I am going to do a back stitch just so it's really nice and strong. Right back over the loop and then back over again, readjusting, remembering we always want it to look nice and smooth and flat right before we're about to sew. Coming right back over where I started, and then I'll do a back stitch and cut my thread. So now we'll turn it right sides out. So I'm just going to find that opening that we made in the lining and pop my hand in and pull out the lining, and then also pull out the stocking through that. So I'll just put my hand in and grab the very toe of the stocking and pull it through gently, and get that sitting really nicely. You could use a point turner right now. It is quite chunky, so I don't really think we need one. And then what we're going to do is just give it a little press and then sew our opening closed. So the first thing I'll do is find the opening in my lining, and I want to make that look like it was never there. So I'm just going to fold in these pieces so they're about 1/4 inch in, because that was our seam allowance. And then I'm just going to press it so it's sitting really nicely. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute, but now what I'm going to do is just tuck my lining in. And then I just want to press my stocking so it's sitting nicely. So I'm going to come along to all the edges and just roll those seams out. And what I mean by roll the seams out is we don't want any creases in here between the backing and the front of our stocking. And I don't want to press it so it's sitting like that and you can see the backing. I want it sitting so really when you're looking at the front, that's what you see. And when you're looking at the back, that's what you see. So just spending a bit of time here, getting it all sitting really nicely, and then I'll press. And I'm just going to go around the whole edge of my stocking and do that. And this is really what really makes it look really nice and tidy, is just taking a little bit of time at this point with your pressing. So the reason why I tucked my lining in is because we need to get this top bit looking really nice too. So at the moment it's kind of looking a bit like a dog's breakfast. We've got the lining popping out to the front, so I'm just want to tuck that all in. So again, the lining is on the inside and we see the top of the Christmas stocking. So just pushing that all in so that I'm happy. And when I am, I'll just give that a press. And on the back as well. And if anything, you just need to push that lining in. that's a bit fiddly. But it is the lining, so we want it right in there. Okay, and then you can just give it one more once over if you'd like to. And now what we're going to do is just close that opening up. So I've just pulled my lining out just to close up that opening. So I'll just grab a couple of pins and make sure it's all lined up nicely. And also so I know where the beginning is and the end. And I'll just stitch that with about a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance because we need it to be small to close up that 1/4 inch seam allowance that we had. So I'm just going to start a little bit before. I will do a back stitch. Come right along that edge. And then I'll do a back stitch and cut my thread. And now I'll pop that lining back in for once and for all. So now what I want to do is just sew along this top edge. It's just decorative, and actually it's optional. If you don't want to do this step, you don't have to. I have actually changed my foot to the right compensating foot, which just means I can butt it right up against it and get a really nice close stitch to that edge. If you don't have this foot, this is especially for the Juki TL sewing machines. Just sew at about a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance away from that edge. Now, before when we sewed it, I sewed it this way, which was really good because then I knew I wasn't accidentally sewing my stocking together. But this time I am actually going to do that really carefully just because I want my top stitch to in fact be my top stitch. Now again, if you have a free arm, this is exactly when you'll use it. I will start at the back. It's a little bit fiddly. We're just going to take our time. I'm going to stitch in 3. And we're going to go for it. Remembering we can stop at any stage, just make sure that needle is down, which holds everything in place. And as long as this front bit here is all nice and flat, we'll be fine. And making sure this underneath is right out of the way. We don't want to be sewing it in. Coming right up to where we started, I'm going to just stitch. Oh, I don't want to stitch over that thread there because if I do, it can end up all on a bird's nest. My needle's down. I'm just going to lift my foot up, grab that thread and just pull it to the back there. I'm going to stitch right over the top from where I started, do a back stitch, and then cut my thread. Okay, I'm going to give that one last press, and then we've finished our Christmas stocking. So there we have our Christmas stocking. If you've enjoyed this video, please do hit the like button. It really helps me out. Now it is a little bit fiddly and we are cutting on the bias and sewing. So one thing to help with that is you could spray your fabric with starch before you start. Now when we sewed those strips together, I know that's a bit fiddly. So what you could do is just sew more strips together so you've got bigger strips to work with. Or you can in fact actually cut the diamond shapes out and sew them all together individually. I think that's a lot more work, so I thought this was kind of the best and easiest way to get our stocking shape. Thanks so much, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, it's Stacey, and we're officially in the Christmas festive season, so I thought we'd start off in December with a Christmas project. And what I've got for you today is this really cute Christmas present quilt block that we turn into either placemats or a table runner. Isn't that cute? Let me show you how. So to make our Christmas present table runner or placemats, we're going to use the same block pattern, except when we're doing the table runner, we're not going to worry about these bottom pieces. We're going to sew them in one long piece and then cut it to fit. But if we are making the placemats, we will cut out G, which is for the bottom, and the measurements are here. Today we'll just focus on the table runner. And my table runner is going to have 5 Christmas presents. So what I'll do is I'll make 5 blocks up. And you might want to make them all different fabrics, the same fabrics. It's entirely up to you. I've got a chart here telling you exactly what size to cut your pieces. And you can find a copy of this over on my website. I'll put a link in the description below. Or you might even want to just take a screenshot of this. And so for the present, for the main fabric, that's going to be A. We cut 2 pieces at 3.5 inches by 6.5 inches. The bow coming up the center here is B, one piece at 2.5 inches by 6.5 inches. The bow ties, which we make half square triangles, is one piece at 3.25 by 3.25 inches. Again, for the D fabric, for the half square triangles, we need one piece, and that's your background fabric at 3.25 inches by 3.25 inches. Then E, 2 pieces at 2.5 inches by 2.5 inches, and then F, 6 pieces at 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. You will notice there's no G here, and like I said, that's because that's just for the placemat, and you can find the cutting instructions over on the side just for the placemat. So what we're going to do is we're going to make the center part of the presents for our table runner, and we'll make 5 sets up. So we're going to start off by making our half square triangles, and I've got my C piece and my D piece. I'm just going to turn my D piece over so the wrong side is facing me, and then we're going to draw a diagonal line from corner to corner with our ruler. Okay, and then we're going to place our fabrics right sides together, lining up all those edges. And then I just will pop a pin in on either side just so that it's going to hold it in place. And now what we're going to do is we're going to sew along both sides of the line we just drew with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm sewing with my brand new sewing machine, my Juki TL2010Q, and if you'd like to find out more about my sewing machine, I'll put a link in the description below. I'm stitching with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and that is just the standard foot that comes with the sewing machine. So you might need to change it on your sewing machine. I'm using glide thread, which is a thread that Juki Junkies likes to use. I'm giving that a try, and I'm stitching at stitch length 2. So I'm just lifting the foot up, lining up the edge of my foot on that line, and I'll just sew along that line. Cutting my thread, and then I'll just turn around and come along that other side. Okay, now we're going to cut along the drawn line. So now I will just remove the pins, and normally I would need to press it just to get it to sit really nicely, but it is already sitting nicely. So if yours isn't, just give it a quick press. Then we're going to take our ruler and then line it up on the line we drew. You can line the 1/4 inch markup on your ruler against the stitches. On my sewing machine it is a scant 1/4 inch, so it is sitting a little bit inside that stitched line. So just cutting it in half. Now we'll press. So now I'll just set the stitches on both pieces, and then I'm going to open them up and press towards the dark. So that means the seams are facing towards the dark. I'll give it a finger press and make sure there's no creases in here, so it's sitting really nice and flat. Give that a press. And do the same for the second piece. Okay, and now we need to trim them down to 2.5 inches. So now I'm going to square up my half square triangles so they measure 2.5 inches squared. And you might have a ruler that is a perfect 2.5 inches squared. I don't, so I'm just going to take this ruler, find the 45-degree line in it and line that up with my seam. And then I'm just going to check that that's sitting within 2.5 inches so I can see that that's 1/2 inch, 1.5, 2.5. So they are a little bit bigger, and that's just so that we can trim them down. So we do it on one side, then we turn it around and do it on the second side, again lining up that line on your seam, and now lining up the edge we just cut on the 2.5 inch mark. Oh. And now we just need to do it on the other side. So I'll just turn my ruler around and doing exactly the same. So now I can see that sitting perfectly in my 2.5 inches, and I've got all my lines lined up on all the edges, including that diagonal line on my seam. And then I'll just do exactly the same for the second piece. Okay, so now we've got our 2 pieces cut. Let's sew them together. So now I've got my 2 half square triangles. We need to sew them together, but we need to make sure we're sewing them together correctly. So I'm just going to turn it around like that, and we want to be creating our bow effect, and you can check the diagram if you want to double check it. And also I've got my 2 D fabrics here facing each other. So now what I'll do is place them right sides together, line up all the edges, and then I will just open this up and check that it looks like it's lined up for when I sew it together, and that looks good. So I'll just pop a pin in and sew along that edge there. We don't need to worry about a back stitch. Just coming right off the edge, cutting my thread, and my new sewing machine does have a thread cutter, and then opening that up and checking it. I think that looks pretty good. If you look at the V, now if you weren't happy with the V, you could always unpick and try again, but I'm going to carry on, and what we'll do now is just give that a quick press. So we'll just set the stitches, and then I'm going to open it up, finger press it again, and it doesn't matter which way the seams are facing, and press. Now we're going to sew on the 2 sides, which are our E pieces. So I've got an E piece here. All I'm going to do is take one side, fold it right sides together, make sure all those edges are lined up nicely. I will pop a pin in, and then I'll sew along that side, and then I'll do exactly the same to the other side. Now I haven't changed any of my settings. We're still stitching with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, not worrying about a back stitch. And if you've got lots of loose thread, you might want to just give that a trim right now. So now we'll just press. So setting the stitches again on both sides, and then I'll just open it up, finger press it, and I will press the seams towards this outer edge here, or our E fabric. Doing the same for this side. And now this completes the top half of our present. Now let's move on to the body of our present. So now I've got my A fabric and my B fabric, and all we're going to do is sew these pieces together. If you are using directional fabric, just keep an eye on it at this point. So I'm just going to fold these 2 pieces right sides together, line up all those edges, and then I will just pop a pin in, and then I'll just sew along that edge there again with my 1/4 inch seam allowance. Trimming our thread, opening it up, and then sewing the second piece to this side. And like I said, if you're using directional fabric, just make sure you are sewing it in the right direction, lining up all those edges and pinning and sewing. Okay, now let's press. So just setting the stitches again. And then I'm just going to press my seams towards the center because that's my darker fabric. Finger pressing and pressing. And doing the same for the other side. Oh. Okay. Now we're going to sew the body and the top of our present together. So taking the top and the body, just facing them right sides together, lining up all those edges and pinning. You can use as many pins as you'd like. I will just pop in a few. I want it to be nice and accurate. And as I'm coming along these seams, I'm going to make sure that they're sitting in the correct position that I've ironed them in. So this one is facing away from me. When I sew over it, it's going to be pushed forward. I'm just going to check that it's not, and it is going to be sitting in the direction that I ironed it. So just like before, sewing along this edge, not worrying about a back stitch. Trimming our thread and giving that a quick press. So setting those stitches, and then I'm just going to press the seams down to the main body, giving it a finger press and then pressing. Sorry, I like to press too much, so I've got to stop. What am I doing? All right. So now we've finished our present. What we're going to do is we're going to carry on and make 5 presents for our table runner, or you could make less or more depending on how long you'd like it. If you're making the placemat, it's at this point that you'd sew on your F pieces and then your G pieces. But if you're making the table runner with me, carry on and make 4 more Christmas presents just like we made this one. So I've made all my 5 presents. You can only see 3 here because that's all that can fit onto my desk right now. And I've worked out what order I'd like to have them in. And then I'm going to take my F pieces and I'll start with one on the very far left. And then I'll place one in the middle in between all my presents. And then I'll also place one on the far right, creating a border, but also joining all our presents together. So all I'll do is turn this side border down, or our F piece down, right sides together, line up all those edges, pop some pins in just to keep it in place. And then I'll sew along that edge. When I've done that, I'll take the next one, I'll sew that on, and then I'll take the next one and sew it on until they're all connected. So now I've got all my 5 Christmas presents sewn together, and do make sure they are all facing the correct way. And now I'll just set the stitches and press the seams, and I'm going to press the seams in towards the sashing or our F pieces. And I'll just come along and do that for every seam. Okay, now let's add our sashing along the top and the bottom. So for the top and bottom sashing, I've got 2.5 inch strips here, and if you're using the width of fabric, you'd need to sew 3 pieces together, or if you're using a fat quarter, you'd need to sew 6 pieces together. And I have sewn mine together on the diagonal. That's just a personal preference, and if you're not sure how to do that, I'll put a link in the description below. You might just want to join them straight across. Then what I did was I sewed them continuously together, and then I cut it in half, and then I'm going to put one along the top and one along the bottom. I've just done that the wrong way around. Now it's not a quilt, so this doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. So all I'm going to do is make sure I'm coming past the edge here. I'm going to fold it on top, smooth it out. I want it to just be sitting really nicely. I don't want it to be stretched out, but I also don't want it to be wrinkled. And then once I'm happy, I will just pop a few pins in to keep it in place. And we will be cutting this excess off here. I think I forgot to mention that I have faced that right sides down, so it's right sides together. Alright, and then what I'll do is I'll repeat that for the top border. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to trim this excess off here. So those pins are in my way, so I will just move them so my ruler is sitting nice and flat. Now I'm usually much more particular, but like I said, this is not a quilt top, so we're just doing it quickly. Lining up the edge of the side of my table runner now, also making sure the lines are straight at the top and the bottom. And trimming, you might want to not trim so perfectly and trim it once it's been sewn together. That would be another way of doing it. Oh. Just popping my pins back in. And then what I'll do is I'll do exactly the same on the other side. So now we're just going to sew our sashing on with the 1/4 inch seam allowance just like usual. I do have the sashing underneath because I do just want to keep an eye on all these seams that they are sitting in the position that I press them in. So in hindsight, I recommend not cutting right up to the edge before you've sewn it on and pressed it. Leave about 1 inch excess, sew it on, press it, and then cut it. So now what I'm going to do is just set the stitches and along both seams, and then I will press up towards the sashing. So now we're going to make our little border, which is made out of squares, and if you wanted to, you could just cut 2.5 inch squares and sew them all together. But a much quicker way is to cut 2.5 inch strips, sew them together, and then cut them into 2.5 inch strips, making our long little square border like this one up the top here. So what I've done is I've just cut strips from a fat 1/4 at 2.5 inches wide, and I'm going to sew them together. Just bear in mind that if you are using directional fabric, to make sure it's sewn in the correct position, facing the right way up, and sometimes it might not be correct on your table runner, so if that's going to upset you, it might be better to not use directional fabric. So all I'll do now is sew all 4 rows together. So just taking my first 2 pieces, placing them right sides together, lining up all those edges. I will just pop a few pins in. My pieces were slightly different sizes. I'm not going to worry about that. I'll just sew right past the end there. Okay, opening it up and taking the next piece. And if you did want to sew them in a particular order, just keep an eye on that. Okay, now let's give that a quick press. So now just working a row at a time and being careful not to iron or press the row below it, I'll just set the stitches. And then press them, and it doesn't matter which direction they're being pressed. And And I'll do that for each row that I just sewed. So now what I'm going to do is cut it into 2.5 inch strips down this way, creating our little squares. So I'll just take my ruler, line up a seam on a line in my ruler, and I'll do that in a few places. And then get that first straight edge. And then from there, find the 2.5 inch mark on my ruler. Again, lining up some lines along the seam so I know it's nice and straight, and then cutting at 2.5 inches. And I'll repeat that until I've got as many pieces as I can out of this piece here. So I've got all my strips cut. Now I'm going to sew them together. So I'll take one piece and the next piece and I'll just sew them together. I will keep an eye on the order of them. I don't want to accidentally sew the two red pieces together, so you might also want to check on that. So I'll just face my pieces right sides together, line up all those edges, pop a pin in, and then sew along that seam, and I'll repeat that until all my pieces are sewn together. So now we're going to attach our borders just like we did the sashing. I'll do the top and the bottom, and then I'll do the sides. I'm not going to trim it until I have sewn it on, because like I said, I do think that was the better idea. So I'll just turn it over. Well, first of all, I have got it facing in the correct direction, the direction I want it to be in with my pattern. Then I'm just going to face it right sides together. And then I'll pin it. Now we want it smoothed out, not stretched, and just sitting really nicely. But I will just keep an eye on these ends. For example, I don't really want this one to finish right on about, it's not even 1 inch. So what I'll do is I'm going to move that down. I will just leave about 1/4 of an inch there for error. And then I'll just smooth that down so it's all sitting nicely and pin. So I'm not going to show you this step because I think you all know what to do now. So just smooth it out, pin it, sew it on top and bottom, trim the sides, and then attach the side borders. So I've sewn on my top and bottom borders. I'm just going to trim off that excess, lining up the edge here with my ruler, and I'll do that on all 4 sides where I attach the border. One thing I did forget to mention was when I made my set of squares was you'll need to repeat that process 3 times to get enough to make a border for the whole piece. Now I'll just trim my sides off and then sew on my borders to the sides. So there we have our Christmas present table runner. Now what I did do was I basted my table runner, quilted it, trimmed it up or squared it off, and then I attached my binding. So just do that and make sure you do cut off all those loose threads. Don't forget you can also make a placemat, and I was also thinking that this pattern would work really well as a quilt. I would just carry on making as many Christmas presents as you wanted, and I think it would actually be adorable as a quilt. Don't forget you can find all the written instructions, fabric requirements, cutting instructions over on my website, and I'll put a link in the description below. And make sure you don't miss out on next week's tutorial by subscribing and hitting the bell button. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll see you again next week. Hey everyone, it's Stacey. Christmas is just around the corner, so I thought it's time to get cracking with some small Christmas projects. Today I'm going to show you how to make this really cute Christmas ornament coaster. So to make our cute little Christmas ornament coaster, you're going to need to cut all these different pieces of fabric, and you could either take a screenshot of this now so you've got it handy, or you can find it over on my website, and I'll put a link in the description below. But basically you're going to need to cut one piece for the A fabric, which is the main ornament, at 3.5 inches by 3.5 inches, And then the top of the ornament is the C piece, which is one piece at 1 inch by 1.5 inches. And then all the rest of the fabric is this background here. And I've got what you need to cut here on my diagram. And you'll also need to cut one piece for the back, and that's at 5 inches by 5 inches squared, as well as a piece of batting. So I've got all my pieces cut out here, and the first thing I'm going to do is take my B pieces, and I've got 4 cut at 1/4 inch squared. And what I'm going to do is face them wrong sides down, and I'm going to draw a diagonal line from corner to corner. So as you can see, I've just got a line there from each corner, and I'll just repeat that for all 4 pieces. Okay, once I've done that, I'm going to take my A piece, which is for my main ornament, and then what we're going to do is we're going to sew these on to each of the corners, and then we're going to sew along this diagonal line like that. Okay, so we'll do them one at a time. So I've got my standard foot on, I'm stitching at stitch length 2.5, and I'm using my regular Gutermann thread. And what I've done is I've placed those little squares with the diagonal line right sides together, and I'm just going to sew along that line there. I'm not going to worry about a pin because it's just such a small space, I'll have to take it out anyway to sew. So just starting at the beginning, the very edge rather of the fabric, and sewing along that line that we drew. Okay, and then I'll trim the threads so we don't worry about a back stitch. I'm just going to trim the threads. I'm not going to trim them too closely because we do have to press them and cut them, and I just don't want that stitching to come undone. But what I am going to do is turn it and come to the next corner, place it right sides together, line up those edges, and then sew along that line again, and I'll do that for all 4 sides. Okay, and once we've done that, let's just trim off that excess. So now what I'm going to do is take my ruler, come along to the lines that I drew on the diagonal, place my ruler on top, so the 1/4 inch mark on my ruler is lined up on the line that I drew and my stitches, and I'm just going to cut that excess off. And I'll do that for all 4 sides. I'm trying out this new cutter and I keep forgetting how to open and close it. It's new to me. I had my other cutter for about 14 years, but I decided to try this one because I think it's easier to change the blade on. I'll give you an update on that later. So we're doing that for all 4 sides. There we go. Now let's quickly press that. So just for each of the corners, I'm just going to push it over, give it a finger press and press it. I mean, we could set the stitches if we want, but this is not going to be a quilt top. It's just going to be a little decoration for Christmas time. And I'll do that on all 4 corners. We do want it sitting nicely. So if you need to, you could use a bit of starch. I've only just turned my iron on, so it might not be hot enough. There we go, the light's just turned. Maybe a bit of steam. Okay, so I'll just turn it over this way, just to encourage it to sit nicely. Okay, that's looking better. I can work with that. So now let's just move on to the next step. So now I've just got my C piece and my 2 D pieces. Let's sew them together. So now I've put my 1/4 inch foot on, and for the rest of this project I will be using my 1/4 inch foot. What we need to do is we need to take our C piece and sew a D piece onto either side of it.
So I'll just take one piece for now, fold it right sides together, line up all those edges on the sides, and then I'm just going to sew them together. Again, not worrying about a back stitch or pins. You can if you want to for this step. Always use pins if you find them helpful. Then I'll just open it up, take the second piece, face that right sides together, and sew that. Trimming the thread as I go, but not too close because it is a little bit fiddly and I don't want my stitches to come undone while I'm doing my working. Now let's give that a press. So I've got it here sewn together, and you can see I've got my D pieces sewn on either side of my C piece. I'm just going to turn it over, push those seams in towards the center and give it a press. I did end up starching the other piece, by the way, just so it was sitting nicely and, well, nice and flat, that is. Okay, now let's sew this piece, the top of the ornament, to the main part of the ornament. So as you can see, this top piece is bigger than the bottom piece, and that's because we're going to sew it together and trim it. I thought it was easier to do that than start cutting tiny little pieces and trying to match it up perfectly. But what we do want to do is we want to place the centerpiece or the top of the ornament in the center of this ornament. So I'm just going to do that by eye, and then once I'm happy, I'm just going to fold it down right sides together, lining up these edges. You can also then open it up this way to make sure you're still happy with where it's going to sit. And then I will just pop a pin in at this point because it's getting a little bit bigger to work with. And don't forget, we want these edges all lined up. And now I'm just going to sew along that edge. Just coming right past the edge where I can see, but not coming off the edge of that top piece there. We don't need to. Trimming that thread. And now we're going to press again. So now we're just going to press it so it's sitting up. I haven't been setting the stitches because it is just ornamental, but my OCD is getting the better of me, so there we go, I've just set them. Let's push that up, give it a finger press, and when we're happy, press it in place. And then what we're going to do is just trim that excess off on both sides. So now all I'm going to do is take my ruler, line it up on the edge of my ornament and cut a straight line. So we're cutting off that excess there. But what I am going to do is I'm going to take a line of my ruler and line it up on the seam that we just sewed, so I know that it's really nice and straight. And I'll do the same on the other side. Again, finding that line in my seam. Now I've got a nice straight line on that side, and then I'm just cutting off this excess here. Okay, let's start sewing on the rest of the background. So now I've got the piece we've just been working on, and I've got my two E pieces here, and we're just going to sew them to either side of our ornament. So all I'll do is place one piece right sides together on one side, lining up the edges. Now again, I decided that it was better to make it slightly bigger and then to trim it. I just will flip it over to the side with all the seams so I can make sure I'm sewing them down nicely. Once I'm happy that that edge is all lined up, I will just pop a pin in, and then I'm just going to sew along that edge, not worrying about a back stitch, and I'll do the same for the other side. Oh, and you can see that seam wants to be pushed up. I'm just going to keep my needle down, lift my foot up and fix it, and then carry on. Now let's press that open and trim again. So just setting the stitches because we did before, so we might as well carry on. Opening it up, finger pressing it so it's sitting really nicely along that seam there, and then pressing. And then I'll do the same on this side. And now let's just trim that excess off again. So now we're just going to trim off the excess along the bottom and along the top. So just turn it to the side, take that edge there and line up my ruler on it. I can also see that my ruler is lined up on a seam, so I know it's nice and straight. Oh, sorry. Just realigning to cut that bit that I just missed. Turning it around and doing it exactly the same on the other side. Oh gosh, I'm having technical difficulties here. I'm not pressing hard enough with my new cutter. Okay, there we go. So now we'll do the final piece by sewing our F pieces onto the top and the bottom. So taking one of our F pieces, placing it right sides together at the top or the bottom, it doesn't matter which order you do it in, making sure all those edges are lined up nicely. I'm going to flip it over so I can see my seams as I'm sewing, and then I will just pop one pin in just to make sure it's staying in place. Okay, and then just sewing along that seam like we have the others, and I'll repeat the same process for the bottom strip. Okay, let's press. So I'll just set the stitches again, turn it over, finger press the top up and make sure there's no creases there, and press. And the same for the bottom. And now we're just going to trim it down to 5 inches by 5 inches squared. So like I said, we're going to trim our block to 5 inches by 5 inches squared, and I did make it a little bit bigger because I think it's easier to trim it down rather than trying to make it to the perfect size. So I'm going to take my ruler, and the seam here, I'm going to place a 1 inch, or the 1 inch line on that seam. And then I can also see that there's another seam here. I'll place that line on my ruler on that seam so I know it's really nice and square. And I'll just trim off this excess. Then I'm going to turn it around and do exactly the same on this side. And that should be measuring 5 inches, so you can also check that. I can see on my ruler that this is 0 and over on here is 5. So just check that. If it's a little bit off, you might just want to move your ruler over a little bit so we are getting it at 5 inches. It doesn't matter, to be honest, if it's not perfectly 5 inches. It's just a coaster. So, and it's not blocks that we've got to sew together in the future. So now we've got the two sides trimmed. So what I'm going to do is turn it around, and at the top I'm going to cut it so it's 3/4 of an inch away from the seam line. So placing my ruler on top, finding the 3/4 inch mark, and then I'm going to trim that excess off. Again, I'm just lining up like the edge of the block here and my seam there, so I know it's all nice and square. And then what I'm going to do is turn it around and measure 5 inches. Again, lining up some lines at the top and the bottom as well, so I can see that's perfectly 5 inches. And now I'm going to trim the excess. And I realized I was having trouble cutting because I was trying to do it sitting down. I'm used to doing it standing up, so now we've worked out that problem. And there we go. We have our little coaster top completed at 5 inches by 5 inches squared. Now let's sew it all together. So now I'm just going to take my batting and my backing, and I've cut them also at 5 inches by 5 inches squared. Place my batting down first, my backing with the right sides up, lining up all the edges. Then I'm going to take my little coaster top, turn it down so it's right sides down and the wrong side's facing me, and I'm lining up all those edges. Then what I'll do is I'll take some pins and I like to pop them in the corners like that, securing it for when we sew it all together. If you'd like to, you can use more pins, but I think that's enough. Now what we need to do is we need to sew around the entire edge, but we need to leave an opening. So I like to leave the opening on a side, not at the top or the bottom. So I'll leave an opening of about 2.5 inches on one of the sides. So let's sew that together. So don't forget to leave an opening. If you needed to, you could use a chalk marker just to mark where you're going to start and stop. I'm going to start about here, about 1.5 inches from the bottom, go all the way around and then stop again at about 1.5 inches down. And I will do a back stitch because when you turn it right sides out, it can pull at it and then the stitches come undone a little bit, and it just looks nicer if you do a back stitch at the beginning and end. So when I come down to the corner, I'm going to do my best guess at a 1/4 inch seam allowance, leave my needle down, lift my foot up and turn, and that was perfect. If it wasn't perfect, I'd either reverse back a stitch or keep going until it was correct. And now I'm on the side that I started on. I'm just going to stitch down a little bit, do a back stitch, and trim my threads. So now we're just going to trim off the excess on all the corners so that when we turn it right sides out, it's going to sit really nicely. So I'm just going to trim off those corners, being careful of my stitches. We don't want to cut our stitches. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the opening, and I want to go between the two pieces of fabric, not between the batting. I'm going to pop my fingers in and then find the bottom here and then grab it and pull it through. And now we're just pushing it through the best we can. Then what we're going to do is just give those corners a bit of a push, and I've got a point turner. You could use anything blunt. I know some people like to use a chopstick, but just make sure it's blunt because you can accidentally push through too hard and then put a hole in your work, and we don't want that. So just get all those corners sitting really nicely. It can be a bit fiddly. Okay, that looks good to me. Now let's give it one more press. So the first thing we want to do is find the opening, and we want to make sure that's all folded in nicely and sitting so that we can sew along that edge and close it up like it was never there. So once you're happy that it's sitting really nicely, just give that a press. And then we can give the whole thing a press. We just want to check that it is all sitting nicely. You can give it like a bit of a roll to make sure it's not all sort of the seams aren't still stuck in there like that. Just make sure it's sitting nicely and then just give it one press. You can see how much cuter that already looks with a press. Now what we're going to do is sew a top stitch, which is decorative, but it also closes up our opening. So finding our opening, and I will just pop a pin in to make sure that it's sitting really nicely when we come along to sewing that down, and I'll start just before the opening, and I'm going to be stitching with a seam allowance of about 1/8 of an inch. We don't want the seam allowance to be too far in, otherwise we're not going to be sewing this opening closed. So just work out the best guide for you, and then I'm just going to stitch. When I come to the corners, I'm just going to do my best guess. Make sure the needle's down, lift the foot up, and then carry on. And now I'm coming up to where I started. I'm just going to stitch past it and then do a back stitch. Trimming those threads, and this time trimming them really nice and close. Okay, and then one last thing you might like to do, and this is totally optional, is to change your foot to a standard foot and then stitch around the edge of the ornament. Okay, and then trimming that thread really closely again. And then we have our cute little finished coaster. So I hope you enjoyed today's project. Please leave a comment if you've got another idea of a project you'd like me to do. Thanks so much for joining me, and I'll see you again next week. Hey everyone, it's Stacey. Today I'm going to show you how to make this super cute Christmas ornament using the Cathedral window quilting technique. You'll find a link in the description below that will tell you the supplies you need and the cutting instructions. So let's get started. To make your ornament exactly the same size as mine, and you can make them bigger or smaller, but to make it just the same as mine, you need to have one piece of fabric that will be 8.5 inches square, and that fabric is going to be the little frames of the windows. Then you're going to need a piece for the inner of the window, and that needs to measure 4 inches square. Then for the main fabric, 4 inches square, and then for the back is 4.25 inches square. So with our largest piece of fabric, that will be our window, we need to find the center. So what I'm going to do is fold it in half, lining up the edges here and on the sides, and just giving it a finger press roughly in the middle there. Then I'll open it up, fold it in half the other way, give it a finger press again in the middle, and now I can see my center. So now what we do is we bring up the corners and we line them up to the center. So we do that for all 4 corners. And then once you've got them all lined up nicely, we just need to make sure that it's sitting nicely at the end here. So we want really nice sharp corners. So that's looking good to me. I'm going to give that corner a press. And then I'll come up to this corner, and that one's looking good, so I'll give that one a press. Oh, give it a bit of a sting. Then I'm going to come over to this corner, making sure that this is all still lining up here in the center, and that looks good to me, so I'll give that corner a press. And repeat that until I'm happy with all the corners and the center, and then go around and just give it a press so all the sides are pressed. That's looking really good. Then what we're going to do is bring the corner up into the center again, and just be careful here that it's all sitting nicely underneath. If we do it roughly, well, it's not going to do it for me now, but if we do it roughly, for example, it might come up and be not sitting properly here. Can you see how the underneath has come out? So when I'm folding them up, I'm just going to make sure that's all laying flat. And then I'm folding that corner into the center again. Making sure it's all sitting nicely underneath. And then when I've got the center all lined up nicely, I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to make sure I've got nice sharp points on the corners. Give that a press. And then once you're happy that the corners are all meeting up nicely and you've got nice sharp corners, you can give it one last press. So now I'm going to take my inner 4-inch squared piece and pop it inside. So I'll open it up. And now if you were making these, if you were experimenting with the different sizes and trying to make one smaller or bigger, all you do now for these inner pieces is just make sure it fits inside. So it is slightly smaller, so I'm just going to make sure I've got a little bit of room around all the sides. So I wouldn't want to put it up in the top left-hand corner and have lots of space just on 2 sides. I want it centered so there's a little bit of space on all 4 sides. And once I'm happy it's centered, I'll just close it up again. And now I'm going to pin the triangles down, and then we're going to sew to secure the 4 corners of the triangles. So just making sure it's still all sitting nicely. That one had slightly moved. And I feel like that one's moved a little bit too. Okay, so once I'm happy, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew along here down to the bottom, come back into the middle, and then sew across and back again just to secure all those points down. And I don't want to sew out too far because I need my button to be able to cover the workings that we're doing here. So now I'm just going to stitch like I said I would. I've got my standard foot on. I'm going to stitch at stitch length 2. I'm just going to pop my foot down. And don't be afraid to stop and lift your foot up just to make sure you are catching the corners properly. So I'm just going to come forward about 3 stitches and then go back. And then I'll go forward back into the center, turn it around, and then go down. And then I'll just come forward into the center again. So I'll just trim those threads. I might as well trim them all while I'm here. Pop the pins out. And can you see what I did? I've just done a little cross and I haven't gone too far out so that I know my button will cover it. So now what we're going to do is just pop our little triangles onto the sides. So now I have my outer fabric, which was also 4 inches square, and what we're going to do is we're going to find the corners and cut it along diagonally and then along diagonally here. So I'll just line up my ruler, find the points and cut, and then I'm going to leave it on my mat and just turn my mat to cut along the other way. If you've got a rotating mat, it would be really handy right now. Okay, so now we've got 4 pieces. So now I'm just going to use a little bit of fabric glue to attach my triangles just to keep them in place. You can use a pin if you'd like, but if you've got glue, you can use it at this stage. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do glue along this edge and this edge. So from the point down and this point down, and not along this edge, because when we have to sew our ornament shut, it's really tricky to sew through the glue. So I'm just going to use a tiny little bit. And then we will have a little bit of white showing. We want the same amount of white showing on both sides coming up to the corner. And then we want the side edge sitting right on the edge. And then I'll repeat that for all 4 triangles. So now what we're going to do is we're going to fold this edge back on itself. Now you could do this quite a lot, or you could do it just a really little bit, but I think the best thing to do is to decide how you like it and then do it the same for all of the sides. So I like mine folded back about that much, and then once I'm happy, I'm going to give that a press. And then I'll do the same for the other side. Oh, it's a little bit hot. So I'm going to move over here to somewhere where it's not hot. And I'm going to fold it back right from the corner, starting out there just a little, the most at the top here in the middle, and then also right down to the edge. And if it doesn't look right, just fix it up and give it another press. Okay, and I'm just going to keep turning until I've done all my sides, avoiding where I've just ironed because it gets a little bit hot. And one thing just to make sure is that this fabric that we've just glued or pinned on is sitting nicely. So when you're folding it over, just make sure it is sitting nicely underneath there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to sew it down how we've just pressed it. So we're going to start right up on the corner and we're going to go just next to the edge of the fold. And you just need to work out the best guide on your foot. So what I'll do is I'll sew down this edge and then I'm going to come into the center and then I'm going to go down either this side or this side. It doesn't really matter. It just means we'll get one nice continuous run. So I've just got my standard foot on. And I'm stitching at stitch length 2. I'm just folding it over how I pressed it, and I'll start right on that corner there. I will just do a back stitch. And now I'm coming into the center, and then I'm just going to lift my foot up. Make sure that piece is folded back nicely how I pressed it, and then I'll follow along on that edge. You can lift your foot up at any time. Make sure you've stopped and your needle's down just to fix it up if you need to readjust it all. Following that curve around, coming right to the end, just do a back stitch. And then I'll trim those threads. And can you see what I've done? I've followed along that side, come into the center, and then gone along that side. And it looks like it has kind of just missed a little bit there, but that's okay because I know my button is going to cover it. So now what I'll do is I'll do the same thing until all those edges are sewed down. So now I've sewn down all my edges and I gave it a quick press. Now we need to cut a piece of ribbon for our loop, and I've cut mine at 7 inches long. You might like yours slightly longer or slightly shorter. I'm just going to marry up the two edges, decide which part I'd like to be the top of my decoration, and I'm going to place it in the corner. And now if you're using a velvet ribbon, it will have a good side and a bad side. So you'd need to have the good side facing down because once it's sewn together, it will sit upright like this. But mine doesn't have a good side, so I'm going to just leave it like that. Then I'm going to take my backing, which was 4 inches and a quarter square, line it up on the edges, and then pin it all in place. So you can see I've just got my ribbon sticking out ever so slightly in the corner there because I want to make sure I absolutely catch it. Then I'm just going to pop a pin in every corner. Making sure all the edges are lined up, including the corners. And now we're going to begin sewing. So, oops, I can see my ribbon has come undone there. Just going to line it back up and pop my pin in again. Now, if that's the top, I want to start and stop on one of the bottom sides so you're not going to see where I've hand sewn it together just to finish it off. So what I'll do is I'm going to start sewing here, come all the way around and then stop about here, and I'm leaving the opening on the bottom left hand side. So I've got my 1/4 inch foot on. I'm still stitching at stitch length 2. And I will do a back stitch because I want it nice and secure, because sometimes it comes undone when we're turning it right sides out. So I'll just go forward about 3 stitches and then back again. And now I'm going to stitch right the way around till I get back to the opening. And then I'm just going to stitch along a little bit. I want to leave a reasonable opening because it's quite chunky to turn right sides out. So I'll just do a back stitch, trim those threads. I'll trim these ones too, remove the pins, and now I'm just going to cut the excess off in the corners just so it's not so bulky. So being extra careful of my stitches. Now I'm just going to find the opening, grab a corner and pinch it through and grab it with my fingers. And now you might want to use a point turner or a chopstick just to give those corners an extra push so they're sitting really nicely. So once we've got it sitting nicely, we're just going to give it one last press, and I'm just going to press the opening so it's sitting really nicely so that when I hand stitch it together, those edges are going to marry up nicely. So I'm just going to make sure that the 2 edges are folded in nicely how I want to hand stitch them together. So I'll just give that a quick press. And then again, doing the top. It's a bit fiddly. And then I'll just give the whole thing a press. Now we're going to just fill it with a bit of filling and finish it off. So we'll just pop some polyfill in. And it's really up to you how much you'd like to put in. We don't want to put in too much, but then we don't want to put in not enough because then it won't be puffy enough. So now what we need to do is hand stitch that closed. I think because it is so little and it is just a special little Christmas decoration, I think it will be nicer to hand stitch that closed rather than sewing it on the sewing machine. And then the last thing we need to do is take a button, and we want to make sure we place it so it's covering up all our workings in the middle there. And then we'll stitch that down, and then we've finished our decoration. So here's one I've already finished, and I think it turned out super cute. One thing worth mentioning is I think that the prints need to be quite small. If you used a bigger print, you really wouldn't be able to see the pretty pattern on the fabric, so try and stick with a smaller print. And you could also use fabric that wasn't for Christmas and perhaps put lavender in it, which would be a really nice little gift as well. Okay everyone, I hope you liked today's tutorial. I personally think it's really nice and cute to have a personalized quilting ornament on our Christmas tree. And if you've liked this video, please make sure you subscribe and hit the bell button so you get notifications every time I do a new video. Thank you. Hey everyone, it's Stacey. Today's video is the first of a 2-part series where I'm going to show you how to make a Christmas tree quilt top. In today's video, I'll show you how to make the Christmas trees and then sew them all together. And then next week, I'm going to show you how to add on 2 borders to our quilt top. You can find all the fabric requirements and the cutting instructions in the description below. And before we get started, please make sure you've pressed your fabric, and then let's get going. For this Christmas tree quilt, we need 30 Christmas trees, and I've decided to use 6 different fabrics, which means I'll need 5 Christmas trees from each of my fabrics, or you could make them up using scrap fabric and just make up however many you need. Now, I think the easiest way to do this is to make the 5 in each of the fabrics as you go. So we'll make them and complete them, and then we'll move on to the next fabric. The first thing we need to do is cut 30 9-inch by 9-inch squares. So all I did was I cut a 9-inch strip, and then I cut those into 9-inch squares. So then next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 or 3 pieces, remembering we're going to do 5 at a time. So I'm just going to take 2 pieces now. We're going to cut through 2 pieces at a time, and then I'll do the second lot, which will be 3 pieces at a time. So I'm going to line up all those edges, make sure it's all lined up. Then I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to line it up from the 0 to the 9, and then I'm going to line it up so it's 3/4 of an inch from the edge of the fabric. So I've got 3/4 of an inch on my ruler lined up with the edge of my fabric, and I've got 0 on my ruler here and 9 on my ruler here. Then I'm going to take some chalk and mark the halfway mark, which is 4.5 inches. Then I'm going to come down to the bottom and I'm going to mark 1.25 inches from the edge of the fabric on both sides. So 1.25 inches from the edge on both sides. Then I'm going to take my ruler. Now this is a little bit different for us. And what we're going to do is line up the ruler on this dot here next to it. So the dot is to the right, we can still see the dot, and lined up with this dot as well. So I can still see both dots, but I'm lining up that ruler on an angle. And then I'm going to take my rotary cutter and cut it. Now this is really different for us. So you might want to use a bit of scrap fabric just to try this out for the first time. And then I'm going to cut. Then I'm just going to pop that aside. So we're going to find the dot at the top and the dot at the bottom, and we're going to line our ruler up again on the 2 dots and cut. And again, I've just got my ruler on the inside of those dots. So I'm going to pop them aside. So now I'm going to do the other 3 pieces exactly the same. I'm going to line up all the edges of all 3 pieces on all 4 sides. You can flip it over if you want to, just to check. Take my ruler, find the 0 to the 9, line it up with 3/4 inch, mark the middle, which is 4.5 inches, and then mark 1.25 inches on either side. Then I'll take my ruler, line it up on the inside of the dot at the top and the inside of the dot at the bottom. Cut. Set that aside. Line up my ruler with the dot at the top and the dot at the bottom and cut. So now what we need to do is we're going to take one of the triangles and we're going to use that as a template to cut out 5 of the trees from our first fabric. So I'm just going to give that a quick press to get all the creases out. So I've given my fabric a press, and now I'm going to cut out roughly my triangles. And my fabric is directional, so I'm just going to make sure it's facing the right way. And I'm going to start off just by cutting them out roughly with my scissors. Lining it up where I want to line it up. And just cutting it out roughly. And we need 5 pieces. So if this wasn't directional fabric, I could turn my triangle around and go this way. In fact, it would be a lot easier if it wasn't directional. But because it is, I'm going to have to move it over and cut like that. And then I'll repeat this until I've got 5 triangles. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 and then 3 at a time. I'm going to take 2 that I've roughly cut out, take the inside piece of the Christmas tree that we just cut, place it on top and use it as a template. So I'm just going to place my ruler on top and carefully cut around the edges so that I'm cutting my Christmas trees to exactly the same size as the triangle. Then I'm going to set those 2 aside and then repeat that for the other 3 triangles that I cut, doing exactly the same thing, just making sure that it's sitting nice and straight when I'm stacking them. So I'm just lining up the edge of my ruler with the edge of the triangle that I cut. So now we have 5 Christmas trees cut and we've got the outsides. We're not actually going to be using these inner Christmas trees. Now let's sew them together. So I've got the pieces here, how I cut them, and now we're going to start from the right hand side and sew this piece to the Christmas tree. So I'm just going to fold the Christmas tree on top and we're going to line up those edges. And I want this very end point right at the end on the right hand side, lining up all the edges, and then you just should have it coming over ever so slightly at the top edge. There's a little triangle coming up at the top. So if you'd like to, you could just pop a pin in just to keep it in place, or if you're confident sewing without pins, that's fine. And now I'm just going to sew along this edge. So now I've got my 1/4 inch foot on. I'm stitching at stitch length 2. I have swapped over my cotton thread to my Ruffle 50 weight, and I've checked my stitches. I've got a brand new bobbin in and I'm ready to go. So I'm going to sew along that edge. I'm not worrying about back stitching. And I'm sewing right off the edge, and then I'll just trim that thread, and then we're going to give that a press. So now I'm just going to set those seams. Open it out, and we want the seams to be facing towards the dark or to the tree. Give it a finger press, and then press. And now we're just going to trim off this edge here. So now we just need to trim this bit of excess off here at the top of our tree. So I'm just going to turn it around. I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to line it up on the edge of my Christmas tree. So with the ruler right on the edge of my Christmas tree, I'm then going to cut off this little bit of excess here. Now we're going to sew on our second piece to this side. So now what I'll do is I'll take this left hand piece and fold it on the top, and we're going to sew down this edge. So I'm just going to line up the edges, and now what we'll have this time is exactly the same thing. It's going to line up perfectly at this end, and then we'll just have a little triangle left over at the top. So once the edges are lined up and you've got this bottom piece all lined up, you can pop a pin in if you'd like, and then we'll just sew along that seam again. Cut the thread. I'm going to just trim it on that side too, and now let's press again. So now let's set those seams again. And we're going to fold it again so that the seams are towards the dark. Finger press it Make sure it's sitting nicely and then press. You can give the whole thing a press if you'd like. And now we're just going to trim off this little excess here. So now we just want to cut this excess off here. So what I'll do is I'll swing it around, line up the edge of my ruler on the edge of the Christmas tree there, and just cut off these two excess pieces. So now we're going to sew our stump piece together, and what I've decided to do is make a whole lot in one go. So I've used my width of fabric, and I've cut two 3.5 inch pieces of my white fabric and one 2-inch piece of my fabric for my stump. Now I've used directional fabric and I had to have quite a wide piece, so just bear that in mind if you want to use directional fabric for your stump, or you could just make up a few of these if it's not quite long enough. So what we're going to do is just take this fabric, fold it over, line up those edges and sew it together with our 1/4 inch. So now I'm just going to line up those edges, and I'm going to line them up as I sew. I'm not going to worry about pins, but you can use pins if you'd like to. I'm going to stitch it 1/4 inch, but it is going to be scant, which means it's a couple of threads in from a 1/4 inch, and I'm stitching at stitch length 2. I'm not worrying about a back stitch. And I'm just going to make sure these edges are lined up as I come to them, or of course use pins if you're not comfortable doing that. And then we're going to sew the second white piece on the other side of our stump fabric. So we're framing the stump fabric with the 2 white pieces on either side, and I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. Line up those edges and sew. Okay, now let's give that a quick press. So now let's work on one seam first. Let's set the seams. And we'll go all the way across. Then we'll open it up, finger press that seam we just pressed, making sure that the seam is facing in towards the dark. Being careful not to press on this side. And we'll go all the way along. So on the second seam, we'll set the seam, going all the way along. Then we're going to open it up, making sure that the seam is facing in towards the dark. Giving it a finger press and pressing. And going all the way along. So if we look on the back, we've got the seams both coming in towards the dark. So I'm just going to cut a strip off the end to make sure it's nice and straight. So I'm lining up my ruler on the edge of my fabric. And you could also make sure it's lined up a line on the edge of the sewing, which I always find is a good guide as well. So now we've got one straight edge. I'm just going to flip it around. And then we need to cut the pieces at 1 3/4 inch wide. So I'm just going to use my ruler, lining up exactly 1 3/4 inch on my ruler, and then cutting. And then repeat that until you've cut all your strips. So now I've got my Christmas tree and my stump, and just make sure if it is directional fabric, it's facing up the right way. I'm just going to fold that over on top, line up all those edges. So this edge, the corner, and this edge. And if you'd like, you can use a pin just to keep it in place. And then I'm just going to sew that with my 1/4 inch seam allowance. and we'll just give that one last press. So I'm going to set the seams, and then I'm just going to face the seams up towards the Christmas tree, finger press it, and then press those seams. And we can give the whole thing an iron. And now we've got our first Christmas tree done. So we need to sew 5 Christmas trees for each of the 6 fabrics. That's if you are using 6 fabrics. And I think the easiest way to do this is sew them in batches of 5. But when you're doing each step, do each step for the 5 Christmas trees you're making in that fabric. So when I was sewing these 2 pieces together, I would sew these 2 pieces together. Then I would sew the other 4 sets together. Then I would press all 5 sets together. Then I would trim all 5 sets together. Then I would sew this side on of all 5 sets and press and trim. So do them in batches. I think you'll find it much quicker. So once you've finished sewing your 30 different Christmas trees, and I've used 6 different fabrics, so I have 5 of each, I squared them off. They should measure 8 inches by 10 inches. So if some are a little bit bigger, trim them down to size. Or if you've got any that are much smaller, then you will have to cut them all down to the smallest size. Then you can spread them all out and work out how you want to lay them out. And we're going to go 6 across and 5 down. And I've put on my little number cards here so I can remember the order that I'm sewing them in. And remember, the cards tell you which way to press. So I'm going to sew each of my columns, column 1, column 2, column 3, and so on. And when I've sewn these columns together, I'm going to press the seams, and on this one it's telling me to press the seams down. When I'm pressing these seams, it's telling me to press the seams up. So what I need you to do is work out your layout, put your number cards on if that's going to help you, sew your columns and press the seams in the direction that the cards tell you, or if you can remember without the cards, down and then up, down, up, down, up. And then what I like to do, just so I make sure I am sewing them in the right order, is I just fold this one up onto the first one, loosely pin it, bring it down, bring the next one up, loosely pin it, and so on, just so that I don't get into a pickle when I'm sewing them together. So I've got my first column here. I'm just going to take out that pin that was keeping it together loosely, line up the edges, line up all the corners, and then sew. You can use pins if you'd like to. Using my 1/4 inch foot, and I'm sewing at stitch length 2. Cut that thread. I'm going to cut the thread on the other side as I go, and then I'll repeat that until I've sewn this column together, and then I'm going to sew all the other columns just like this. And then once I've done that, I'm going to press them, remembering to follow the arrow, so I know that for this column I'll be pressing the seams down. So now I've finished sewing all of my columns. I'm now going to sew the columns together. So I've got column 1 and 2 here. I'm going to place them right sides together. And then I'm going to marry up the seams. Now we've got 2 lots of seams here. We've got the seams where we can nest them, where one's coming around on either side, and we push them together and pin. And then we also have the seam from where we did our little tree stump. Now the seams for that are both going up, so it is a little bit chunky, and if you don't like that, what you could have done at that point was actually press them open, but it doesn't bother me, so that's how I decided to do it. So I'm just going to open it up and check that they are lined up, and knowing that they're lined up, I'm just going to place a pin in, keeping it secure, and then I'm going to do that along the whole column, finding the next seam to nest, and so on. So now I'm just going to sew the 2 columns together, and everything's just the same. I'm using my 1/4 inch foot, and I'm sewing at stitch length 2. And if you wanted to, you could have added in a few more pins. Okay, now once you've done that, you could press the seams at this stage, and it doesn't matter which way you go, or you could carry on and sew the rest of the columns on, and then let's set the seams and press them, and it doesn't matter which way you press them, and then we've finished this part of the quilt top. Okay everyone, so don't forget to just have fun and take your time and enjoy this project. One other idea could be, instead of using white fabric, is you could get a few different fabrics for the backgrounds as well. And then when you're cutting out the Christmas trees, you could actually use those Christmas trees rather than just wasting that fabric. But I hope you enjoyed today's tutorial, and if you did, please make sure you subscribe and hit the bell button so you get notifications. And don't miss next week's video where I'm going to show you how to add on 2 borders. Hey everyone, it's Stacey. I hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving for those of you in the US. I know I feel very grateful, thankful and blessed that you all join me each week on my YouTube channel. So thank you everyone. Today we're going to be finishing off our Christmas tree quilt top by adding on a white border and then our checkered border. So let's get going. So I've cut 5 2-inch strips to make my first border, and I'm going to join them on the diagonal. I'm going to show you how to do that very quickly, or you could refer to my video how to make a border for your quilt where I go over it very thoroughly. But for now I'm just going to do it quickly. I've got my 2-inch strip lined up on a line on my mat. I'm going to take another piece. If this was a padded piece of fabric, the right side would be facing me, and then I'd be putting the right side facing down, lining this piece up on a line on my mat again. Then I'm just going to rule a line from this corner down to the bottom corner. Pop some pins in to keep it in place. Then we're going to sew along that line we just drew. So with my standard foot on, I'm stitching at stitch length 2, and I'm just going to stitch along the line I drew, not worrying about doing any back stitches. So now we're just going to cut off this extra fabric on the side here. So now we're just going to trim off this excess by taking my ruler, finding the 1/4 inch line mark, lining it up on the stitches and trimming. Then we just trim off these little excess triangles and we'll press it open, and then we'll repeat that until all of our strips are sewn together. So I've got my quilt top here, and I've squared it off, and I've given it a good iron, and I've smoothed it out, and now I've got the middle row of my trees here. And what I'm going to do is take my border and lay it along the middle of one of my rows. So I want it to come a little bit past the edge and on the other side, and then I'm going to trim it roughly. And I do go over this quite comprehensively in my other video, how to attach a border, if you'd like to see me doing this with a bit more detail, and I'll put the link above. And then I'm going to do that again. So what we're doing is we're just making the borders for the top and the bottom right now. So we're just smoothing it across, making sure it's up the right way. We don't want it too taut, but we don't want it loose. We want it just sitting there really nicely. And then I'll trim that one again. So now I've just put my cutting mat underneath my quilt top, and I'm just going to trim the borders on the side first. I'm going to take my ruler and line it up with the edge of my quilt. Take my cutter and just cut that excess off. And then I'll do exactly the same on the other side. So now I'm on the other side, and I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to line up the edge of my ruler with the edge of my quilt and just trim that excess off. Then we're going to attach it to sew. So now we'll attach the top border. What we'll do is we'll take our first piece, fold it in half, lining up the edges at the end here, and just finger pressing it so we know where our halfway mark is. And I know where the halfway mark is on my quilt because it's in the middle of 3 and 4 Christmas tree. Then I'm going to take my strip and line up the finger press that I just did with the middle of my quilt, with the wrong side of the strip down. So if you're using white like me, we know when that is because we've got our seam here where we joined our fabric diagonally. So what I'll do is I'll just pop a pin in there, making sure the edges are lined up nicely. Then I'm going to come to this end, line up the edges on both sides and the corner, pin, and then do the same on the other corner. Then while I'm here, I'll just pop in a few extra pins. Now I'm going to sew that and press, and then we'll do exactly the same for the bottom border. So now I'm just going to attach that border. I've got my 1/4 inch foot on. I'm going to stitch at stitch length 2, and I'm not going to worry about a back stitch. And then I'm just going to do exactly the same for the bottom border. So once I finish sewing on the border, I set the seams and press the seams up away from the Christmas trees at the top and the bottom. And now I'm just going to repeat that exact same process for the 2 side borders. So now we're going to make our second border, which was the little squares, and I'm using 5 fabrics. I did use 6 fabrics for the Christmas trees, but I want to use the red for my binding, so I've just decided to use the 5 that I used for the trees. And my fabric is directional, which means sometimes around the border it's going to be facing the wrong way, but I'm not worried about that as long as I make sure the fabrics are all facing the right way when I sew them together. I think that will look like part of the design. But if that upsets you or you don't like that, you could make 2 lots of these borders. So you've got one with the fabric running to the side like this for when we do the side borders, and then you could do it again with the directional fabric running down for when you're doing the top and the bottom. But for now, I've got 5 2.5 inch strips, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew them together. So I'll just line up the edges. And I'm not going to worry about pinning, but if you'd like to pin, you can pin. So now I'm just going to sew along the edge, and I'm still using my 1/4 inch foot. I'm stitching at stitch length 2, and I'm not worrying about back stitching. And when I don't use pins, I just make sure that I line up the edges and I correct it as I sew. So I'll just trim that thread, and now I'm just going to press in between sewing every strip on. So I'll set the seams, I'll go all the way along, open it up, finger press going up. Then we'll sew on our next strip. Now we sewed these 2 together starting at the top here, and just to reduce warping, we're going to start at the bottom this time. So I'm going to flip it around, and we want to attach the next piece, making sure it's facing the right way if it is directional. So I'm just going to have to flip that around so I can see that my gingerbread men and my soldiers are facing the right way. And then I'll just line up those edges and sew and press again. Then I'll spin it around and sew the next strip on, and repeat that until I've sewn all the strips together. So I've sewn my 5 rows together, and I've pressed all the seams up one way, and now we're going to cut them into 2.5 inch strips. Now, depending on how many fabrics you use and if you want to fussy cut them, that means when you're cutting your 2.5 strips, you're sort of placing the ruler to get a particular image in it. Like I want these little soldiers. You might use more or less, so you're probably going to need to make up 2 pieces like this to get around your whole quilt top. So just see how you go. So I'll just start with a nice straight edge, cutting off all the salvages. And then I'll turn it around. And because I want to cut mine at 2.5 inches, and it means one of the soldiers is going to be right on the edge and one has got a lot of space. This is what I meant by fussy cutting. I'm actually going to move in a bit and then come back and trim a bit off this end. You might not have fabric that has images like this, so it's not going to be a problem. But I'll just show you what I will do. So now there's about the same on either side. So I'll just take a slither off this side. Oh. And then a slither off this side. So I've got about the same amount of space on either side of my little soldiers. So now what I need you to do is cut all of the sewn together strips into 2.5 inch strips, and then what we'll do is we'll sew them together. So now I've cut all my 2.5 inch strips. I'm going to sew them together, and because I am using directional fabric, I'm going to make sure that I'm sewing them in the right direction. So this one will go on here. I'll just flip it over, line up all the edges including the corners, and if you'd like you can pin. Again, using my 1/4 inch foot, I'm not worrying about a back stitch, and I'm going to stitch at stitch length 2. Just trim my thread and trim the other side while I'm here. And then I'll do that until I've sewn all my strips together, and I'll press that seam up facing upwards like all the others. And I'll repeat until I've sewn them all together, and we'll end up with one really long strip like we did when we did our first border. So now we've got our really long 2.5 inch strip, and we're going to do exactly what we did before, but we're going to do something slightly different. So we're going to do the top and the bottom and then the sides. But what I'm going to do is measure how long I need it, and then instead of cutting roughly, I'm going to cut it, well, not cut it, I'm actually going to unpick it. So that looks about right to me. So what I'll do is I'm actually going to unpick these stitches so that it sits perfectly on my quilt. And I'm not sure if this is a conventional technique. Sometimes I just make this stuff up because it seems to make a lot of sense to me. Certainly seems easier than counting how many squares to sew together. So I'll just unpick that. You could give that a press if you'd like. And now we've got our first strip. Then I'll do my second one. So for my second one, because my fabric's directional, I want it to be going as if it's running around my quilt. So I'm going to have the top with my soldiers facing this way, and then I'm going to do the bottom with my soldiers facing this way. So I'll just take that into account and remember that when I'm sewing it. Okay, and then I'll unpick those stitches. Okay, so now I'll probably give those two ends just a quick press so they're sitting really nicely. I'll pin them and sew them just like I did the first borders, and then I'm going to do exactly the same for the side borders. And if you don't have enough of your strip, you will need to make a little bit more. So now I've finished attaching my borders. Now if yours don't match up perfectly at the end so that you've got the whole square lined up, it's fine to just cut it. And then one more thing I would just like to note is that when I attach my borders onto the quilt top, I just made sure that I was sewing down the seams to how I'd press them, and then that way it's going to sit really nicely. Okay, so now we've finished our Christmas tree quilt tops. What I suggest you do now is give all the loose threads a trim, including the ones that may have come through on the top, Give it a good press, and then it's time to baste it, quilt it, and bind it. You can find videos on how to do that in the link below, and I'll put some above as well. And if you've enjoyed my quilt top tutorial, please make sure you subscribe and hit the bell button so you get notifications every time I do a new video. Thank you. I've got a super fun gingerbread themed video for you today. I'm going to be showing you how to make a table runner Christmas ornament and an applique jumper. Well, sweatshirt for you probably is the word you're used to. And I'll be using my Quilt to make it along with my gingerbread cookie die. And the really fun thing is my friend Carolina Moore is also making 3 projects using her Quilt and die. So in total we have 6 different projects for you. Now if you've got one of these dies and haven't been sure what to do with it, or you've been thinking about getting one, well, we've got 6 really fun, easy projects for you. Let's get started. The first thing we need to do is make our gingerbread cookies, and this little guy measures 4.5 inches tall. So what I did was I cut a strip of fabric that measures around 5.5 inches. It doesn't have to be perfect. Now, if you don't have an Quilt cookie cutter, you could always just make a template and do this the traditional way. But obviously I'm going to use my Quilt because it's a whole lot of fun and way quicker. So then what we're going to need is some Heat and Bond Ultra Hold. And what this is a double-sided adhesive. It will adhere to our fabric at the top, and then it will adhere it to our quilt or our table runner. So this is my go-to. So what I did was I cut a strip of that as well, and that measures around 5.5 inches also. Now what I'm going to do is just press that onto my fabric. So let's go and do that. So I'll just give my fabric a press so it's nice and smooth. And then what I'll do is I'll take my Heat and Bond, place the sticky side down onto the fabric, make sure it's smoothed out, and then I'll just press. And it just takes a minute for the glue to melt and to stick onto the fabric. So I'll just do this all the way along until it's adhered. Then I'm just going to flip it over and give it a quick press on this side to make sure it's really adhered. So I've got my die here, and I'm going to cut 2 at a time. So I don't want to waste my fabric, so I'm just going to fold it over and just eyeball it and make sure it's going to be coming past its arms, which are the widest part of the die. And then when I'm happy that it is sitting within the die on all 4 sides, I'm just going to put our little mat on top like that, and then we're just going to pop it through. Okay. Whoop. So we've got 1, 2 little gingerbread men. Aren't they so cute? And then what I'm going to do is just carry on doing that until I've cut all of this fabric. Now to do the table runner, we only need 8, but I'm just going to go ahead and cut them all anyway because I'll be using them for other projects. So again, just making sure I'm capturing the die there with all parts of the fabric. Now we're getting a little family. This, my friends, is so much quicker than cutting them all out individually, which is what I would normally do. So I'm pretty happy to be trying something new and giving these Quilt dies a go. Now, how quick was that to get all our perfectly cut little gingerbread men? So that's the first part of our process. So now we're going to cut our 5-inch squares. Now this die actually came with the go bolt, so that's really handy. Now for my table runner, my pink fabric is my main fabric, and I need to cut 14 squares. And then I need to cut 4 of the peach, 5 of the white, and 4 of the mustard. Now that's just because I want to have this pattern, and you can see the image above of the pattern I'm trying to create. Now, of course, you could make whatever pattern you like, but for now, I'm just going to have fun cutting my pink fabric, and I've cut it again roughly at about 5.5 inches. I'm just going to place it on top and make sure that we're covering this lighter grey part, which is the die, well, where the die cut, sorry. So I just want to make sure that salvage is out of it. Okay, that looks good. And then I'm just going to fold it over because we can do 4 layers with this, with the electric AccuQuilt. Just going to smooth that out. Find my mat, pop that on top. I'm actually going to pop it in this way. It's turned off automatically. I'm just going to turn it back on. There we go. And there are my perfect little 5-inch squares. I'm just going to carry on until I have all the pieces that I need. I think I was pushing it, but it does look like I just managed to get another set of perfect 5-inch squares there without a lot of waste at all. That's really minimal waste, so I'm really happy with that. I'll just carry on now, guys, and I'll see you back here when I'm done. Now I've got my 5-inch pieces placed in the rows. So for this first row, we need 5 pink, 4 apricot. Row 2 is 5 white, 4 pink. And row 3 is 5 pink and 4 mustard. And what I'm doing is I'm just going to sew each of the rows together with the colors alternated. So I'll go pink, peach, pink, peach, pink, peach, pink, and so on until I've sewn all my rows together. And of course, remember I said you could sew yours however you like. I just thought it would be nice to create a bit of a pattern. Okay, so I'm going to start with row 1. I'll just pop those out of the way. All I'll do is take a pink and a peach, place them right sides together, line up those edges, and if I'd like to, I'll pop a pin in. You could pop a pin in on either edge, but I'm just going to sew them because I want this to be a quick project. So I've got my 1/4 inch foot on, so I get my 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm stitching at stitch length 2 and I'm using wonderful confetti thread. I'll just start on the very edge and sew to the other edge. I'm just coming right off the edge there. I'm just going to take my next 2 pieces and sew them together, which is called chain piecing. It just saves a little bit of time. Cutting my thread. Now I'll just snip those chains carefully, making sure I don't cut my fabric. Then I will sew each of those pieces together, including the remaining last piece that I didn't sew. So just opening that up, doing the pink, because remember we're alternating. Now I've finished sewing my first row, I'm going to carry on and sew the remainder of my rows. So now we're just going to press our seams and we're going to press them all towards our pink fabric. So just setting our stitches and then pressing it towards the pink. I'm going to finger press, making sure there's no creases in here, and then pressing. Then doing the same for this seam. Making sure that seam is pressing towards the pink, finger pressing, and I will carry on and do this for this entire row and then the other 2 rows. Now we're going to sew our 3 rows together, so I'll just set this bottom row aside, take the row 1 and 2, place them right sides together, and then find the seams and nest them. So we've got 1 set of seams pressed and coming this way, 1 set of seams pressed and going that way. We're just going to butt them up against each other. I also like to open it up and check I'm creating a nice straight line there, and then when I'm happy, I'll pop a pin in, and then I'll go along and find all the seams and do exactly the same. So now I'll just sew that row together just like we did before,
And as I come up to these seams, I'm just going to make sure they're being sewn down in the direction that they were pressed. So I'll keep an eye on that, removing my pins as I need to. And then I'll repeat this for row 3. So now we're just going to set our stitches on our rows, and then I'm going to press the seams. I'm just going to press them up. You can press them out however you like. You could even press them open at this stage. It's really just your personal preference. Just making sure I've got no creases in there. And then I'll carry on until all my seams are pressed nicely. So now for the fun part, and that's ironing on our little gingerbread cookies. So I'm just going to take the backing off. This can be a little bit fiddly, so just peeling off that back paper. Okay, now the gingerbread man, if I fold that in half carefully, about halfway is just right under the arms there. So I'm actually going to put that right on the line of that seam, which is going to make it really easy for me to line up. So the bottom of the arms are lined up right on that seam, just past the seam really. I think that will look tidier. Well, we want his little body to also be in the center, so I'll move that over. And then eyeballing that the head looks about straight. So we're just going to start on this 4 patch here, and then when I'm happy, I'm going to press. I'm going to move those out of the way. And now we've attached our first gingerbread cookie. Then I'm going to just move down. So this was this first 4 patch. We're going to move down to the next 4 patch and do exactly the same. Peeling off that back. Lining up his arms just past that seam there, making sure he's in the center here. And then I will press. And then I'm just going to carry on doing this until I've gone all the way down to the end of my table runner. So we're doing it on every 4 patch. So I'm not going to do one here, I'm going to do one here. So I just like to give it a little tug, which kind of tears the paper a little bit and then helps it easier to grab. And this is just looking so darling. Now we are going to come along and applique that. We'll sew stitches to secure it, but this is just going to hold it in place for us. Whoop, I'm getting into a bit of a pickle with my iron cord and everything. Just making sure it's all smoothed out nicely. Okay, like I said, I am getting in a pickle. There we go. Just checking that's all still straight and pressing. Okay, now I'm going to turn it around. And I'm going to do exactly the same on this side, except now I'm going to start with this 4 patch. So we're alternating the patches, and then we're going to have it facing me, so that way it doesn't matter which way you're facing, the gingerbread men will be facing you. I don't even think that made sense, but I think you know what I was trying to say. So I'll just carry on doing this now for the rest of the gingerbread men. So I've done this 4 patch, moving on to this 4 patch. Now I'm going to stitch around my gingerbread cookies. You can use whatever stitch you like. A zigzag is really popular, blanket stitch. I'm actually just going to do a straight stitch about 1/8 of an inch in from the edge there all the way around every single gingerbread cookie. Just do whatever stitch you like to use and be creative, have some fun. I'm just going to again use a brown. I'm being a little bit boring, but I think my table runner is kind of looking a little bit wild and crazy anyway, so brown might help settle it down a little bit.
So I'm just going to slowly stitch around, and I'm just going to go really nice and slow around all the curves, because I find when you start going too fast, that's when you start having accidents that you do not want. Now it is going to take me a minute to do all these gingerbread men, and they don't have to be absolutely perfect. I mean, that's the beauty of handmade things, is that it's not meant to look like it was made on a production line. So just have fun. So I'm coming right back up to where I started. I'm just going to hold that thread so I don't create a big huge bird's nest. I'm just going to go past where I started, and then I will just do a back stitch. Now if you didn't want to do back stitches so that it wasn't noticeable, you could have started by bringing your thread up at the back and the bottom, and then now keeping long tails and tying knots. I'm not too worried about it. I think that looks just fine. I'm happy with that. Now I'll carry on, and well, first of all I'll trim this thread, and then I'll just carry on and do the same to all my other gingerbread men. So there we have our table runner top all done. Now isn't that just so cute? I'll admit my fabric choices are a little bit out there on this project. Now all you need to do is baste and quilt and bind just like you usually do. And I think it would actually look really cute if you wanted to just carry on with this exact same pattern to make a quilt top. I think this would be really adorable. Now I'm just going to make a few more gingerbread men for my ornament and my sweater. I'm using different fabric this time. So I'll just cut these, and we'll move right on to making our ornament. So I've got a piece of felt that measures 4.5 inches by 6 inches. It doesn't have to be exact. And then I'm going to take my gingerbread man. I've removed the backing, and I'm just going to place it on top and then press it. We just want that glue to melt. Okay. Now I'm just going to stitch around the edge of my gingerbread man. I'm just picking a line on my foot to follow. It doesn't have to be exact, about 1/8 of an inch in, or even a little bit more. I'm stitching at stitch length 2.4. This is just more a craft project, so you can do whatever you like at this stage. Just as I'm sewing around the edge, I just slow down around these corners, and if you get stuck, then I would just completely stop, turn or pivot, and then carry on. And then when I come back to where I've started, I will just do a back stitch, cut my thread, and then I'm just going to trim those loose threads there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut around the felt, echoing the shape of my gingerbread man, and I'm going to leave about, again, 1/8 of an inch or a little bit more felt showing. And it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. This is just a hand. Oh, these scissors aren't sharp enough at the point. Okay, so you will need scissors that are sharp, especially at the point, to get a nice shape. So coming in. You're better to cut a little bit more than not enough, and then you could always go around and fix it if you think it's a bit too much. So I'm just going to do this by eye. So just like that. So now I've got a second piece of felt that measures the same size that we started with, plus I've got a piece of ribbon that measures around 7 inches long. Again, it doesn't have to be exact. I'm just going to place my gingerbread man on top of my second piece of felt, take my ribbon and fold that in half, line up those edges, and then I'm just going to place it in between the two layers of felt, and I want to have it really in there so that it's not going to eventually pull off. I want it nice and straight. And then I will just pop a pin in to hold that in place. just like that. Now what we're going to do is sew around the edge of our gingerbread man, but right on the edge of where the fabric is and that second layer of felt. And we're going to leave an opening on this side of the leg. I'm starting right at the bottom of my foot there. I will just go forward a stitch or two and then do a back stitch just to keep it in place, because when we are trying to stuff it, it tends to pull at those stitches. And then I'm just going to slowly go right around the edge of, like I said, the fabric gingerbread man, but making sure I'm sewing on my felt. So I'm just going to take my time and I'll see you when I've done this. So now I'm coming back up to that leg that I started on. I will go down a couple of stitches and then I will just do a back stitch and then cut my thread. And I will trim those loose threads. So now I'm going to take some polyfill. This is a ridiculously big bag. We only need a real little bit, but I just wanted to show you what I'm using. I'll put a link in the description below. I'll put all the links down below, by the way, including all the cutting instructions, supplies list, etc. Then we've got a little opening here. Now I'm just going to take my polyfill and just place it in there. Now you can use as much or as little as you like. You could even skip this whole step if you didn't want it to look a little bit puffy. I personally think it looks better with just a little bit, not too much. But this is really a personal preference. So just fill it with as much or as little polyfill as you like. And what I'm doing is I'm just making sure I'm pushing it into the head and the hands and the leg. I just want it to be the same sort of puffiness everywhere. Does that make sense? It kind of sounds weird, but I think you know what I mean. I can also use my point turner to help kind of push that in there. It's kind of a little bit fiddly. So now I'll do that bottom leg. Well, bottom leg. The left leg. What's the bottom leg? And the right leg. See how he's looking cute and puffy? Now, again, it's just really a personal preference, exactly how puffy you'd like it to be. I think it looks nice, kind of a medium puffiness. Anyway, I'm going on too much about puffy and what you're going to do. Just do it however you like. Right, and then I think I'm happy with that. Now, all I'm going to do is sew this opening closed. So starting right on that top, but I want to make sure I'm starting before I finished last time, and again right next to the edge of that fabric. I'll go forward a couple of stitches and go back again so it's nice and secure. I'll stitch along and then I'll just come right past where I stopped last time and do a back stitch. Cut my thread and then I'll trim any loose threads and then we'll move on to the last step. So now all I'm going to do is trim the excess felt off following the line of my felt that we cut originally. And we just want to be careful of our little ribbon there. So I will start right there. Just going to come right across and cut like that, holding the ribbon right out of the way. So it sits just like that. Now all I'll do is follow along the line of my felt, trimming all this excess off. Okay, and if you have little scruffy little bits like that bit there I can see, you can just go back and fix them up. Make sure you're happy with how it's looking. So there's our little ornament. Hasn't that turned out absolutely lovely? Now, of course, you could have embroidered eyes and a mouth on, and you would do that once you've sewn the fabric onto the felt before you do anything else. And then I also wanted to show you this Quilt die that you can get, which is cookie decorations. It's got the little dress, the heart, the bow, and the button details. So if you wanted to add on to this die, you could always grab this, which is a lot of fun too. And my last idea to use with your gingerbread cookie die is to decorate a jumper. Well, I call it a jumper, you might call it a sweatshirt. Now, I've already pre-cut my little gingerbread men, and I thought they would just look absolutely adorable just appliqued onto my sweatshirt just like that. So pre-wash your sweatshirt. Then what I did was I
I did put it on and I placed these on and checked the placement, and they actually work perfectly, just sitting right underneath this V, the first one in the center. And then I'm going to place one on each side. And isn't that going to be adorable? So just like what we've done, I'm going to remove that backing, and then I'm going to iron them on, stitch around the edge, and I'm just going to do a straight stitch again, nothing too fancy. And then I'm going to have this really cute little handmade decorated Christmas sweater to wear. Isn't that just adorable? So now I'm just going to press them in place. What I have done is I've taken a ruler and I've just made sure that they're sitting nice and straight going across. And I've just measured the spacing so that they look pretty even. Then I'm just going to really carefully press them, just like we've been doing. And then I will sew around with a straight stitch again. Now, you can get a stabilizer to use on the back to help it stay stable. That's the sweatshirt itself, because it's quite stretchy. It's a knit. I do recommend that. I just don't have any on hand, so I'm just going to wing it. But if you have trouble with it, I think you'll find using a bit of stabilizer at the back will be really, really helpful. Okay, now I'm just going to sew them on. So my cameraman just asked me a really good question. Well, what do I mean? Where's the stabilizer going? A stabilizer would go underneath, and it would just help keep this top fabric stable. That's what a stabilizer is, and that's where you'd put it. So I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you to my cameraman for asking the question. So here's my cute little jumper. What do you think? Now I keep calling it a sweatshirt, but actually I think you call it a sweater. I get so confused with all the different words. I think it turned out absolutely adorable. I'm thrilled. And you know, there's all this rage to have matching sweaters or pajamas. Well, how about you made your family a matching set? I think that would be absolutely lovely. Well, if you're still here, you are a superstar. Please leave a comment and let me know you watched the whole video, because of course I want to reply to you and thank you. I really appreciate you so much. If you're looking for another really long video, I'm going to put a link above, which is my top 10 gifts to make for Christmas. It's 3 hours long, and I think you're really going to love that one too.